Sound check.
Session is
Assalamualaikum.
called to order. May we request Sheikh Al-Zad Satar to lead us in the invocation, and please remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem and the Bangsamoro hymn.
وقال ربكم ادعوني أستجب لكم آمين يا الله آمين يا رب العالمين. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا ما علمتنا وزدنا علما يا الله يا رب العالمين. اللهم بارك لنا استماعنا هذا اليوم يا أرحم الراحمين. Oh Allah, bless our session today, open our hearts, and grant us tawfiq wal hidayah, so we can discharge our duties and responsibilities as members of the Parliament for the benefits of the Ummah in general and the Bangsamoro in particular, especially those mujahideen wa mujahidat who sacrificed their time, efforts, and lives for your sake, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Allahumma Rabbana atina fid dunya hasana wa fil akhirati hasana wa qina adhaban nar. Birahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, dalas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso sa titik ay lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay ginatang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal, ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihiling, ang bituin at araw niya kailan ang may maghihiling, luman ang araw ng walhagit pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang higaya na pagkay mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Simula noon hanggang ngayon, isa ang naging layon. Magkaisa at magulod, karitingan ay marugdog. Tumayo tayo mula sa hamon ng nakaraan, niyapos ang panganib na umaandar. Pinangako sa puso at paniniwala,
determine the existence of a quorum to conduct the business.
The Honorable Abbas Ahmed,
Present.
Abbas Haron, Abbas Dulkarnain,
Present, Your Honor.
Abbas Basit Sarip, Abu Mujib, Adil Jaur Rahman Alonto, Ahang Abdullah, Alamia Laisa,
Present.
Alauddin Faiz, Ali Ibrahim, Ali Lanang Jr., Ali Edi Mapag,
Present.
Alil Cesar,
Present.
Ambuluto Suarto, Ampatuan Baintan, Anayatin Susana, Asmawil Muslima, Balindong Ali Pangalian, Bara Hamid Amiduddin, Basman Anna Tarhata, Bato Muhammad Zainuddin, Burahan Abraham, Kandao Bay Maleha,
Present.
Dandamo Latif Maysara, Diamla Musa,
Present.
Dipatuan Saprula,
Present.
Ibrahim Ayub, Ismail Haji Abdulaziz, Gayak Abdullah, Gera Edward,
Present.
Hasim Abdullah,
Present.
Hassan Hatimil, Iqbal Mohager,
Present.
Ismail Rasul, Jajuri Raisa, Jakilan Muslimin, Karon Bainon, Lidasan Mussolini,
Present.
Loong Don Mustafa, Lorena Jose Ribani, Makakwa Abdurauf, Makapaar Abdullah, Makaraya Jamel, Makasalong Marjani, Manguda Dato Dato Kadafe, Mantawil Malik,
Present.
Mastura Dato Tokaw, Mastura Siti Syahara, Mawalil Amil Bahar, Midtimbang Dato Midpantaw, Mitbog Rasul, Mujahid Abdul Muhmin, Munoz Hussein, Oranon Suaid, Pakasam Obaida, Pak Abdul Wahab, Pangandaman Nabila Margarita,
Present.
Ramos Jamila, Rimbang Edrisa Nazer, Sakar Mudayaw, Salendab Said, Sali Al-Shaid,
Present.
Saliga Romeo, Salik Ali, Sangki Ali, Sani Punduma, Satar Alzad, Sema Omar Yasser, Sema Romeo, Sheikh Said, Silongan Aida, Sulaiman Ali, Tago Paisalin, Tan Nabil, Uja Sahi, Ulama Melanio, Usman Asfar, Yakob Muhammad, Yueke Narciso, Manguda
Present.
Dato Kadafe.
That's my test. Mr. Speaker, on the basis of our roll call of the 79 members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament, 40 are physically responded to the call and 23 MPs responded via Zoom. Mr. Speaker, we have a total of 63 attendees, both physical and virtual. We therefore certify, Mr. Speaker, that there is presence of quorum.
With 63 present both physically and through Zoom, and with the certification of the Secretary General as to the existence of a quorum, we are good to go for today's business. Majority Floor Leader.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Speaker Ali Pangalian Balintong, Honorable Deputy Chief Ministers, Honorable members of the BT Parliament, friends, visitors, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, we are on item number 6. Since the journal of the previous session is not yet completed by the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker, I move to dispense with the reading and approval of the journal of the previous session.
There's a move to dispense with the reading and approval of the previous journal. During the second, there being no objection, the same is hereby dispensed with, and the reading and approval of the previous journal is hereby dispensed.
Mr. Speaker, we proceed to the item number 7. May we request the Secretary General to read the first proposed resolution, number 31, the authors and the title.
The Secretary General is directed to read proposed
Manifestation, Mr.
resolution
Speaker.
number 331, its title and the name of the author and co-authors.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, may we first recognize MP Macaraya.
The gentleman from Lanao del Sur is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority. This is a moderately short manifestation.
Can you please raise your microphone so we can hear your voice?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this has reference to my manifestation during our interpellation and debate on the vaccine issue last week. I know how exhaustive the debate was. I fully agree that we cannot detach the opinion of faith sector in the manufacturing of a COVID vaccine. We cannot just simply deal with the prospect vaccine because its negative effects are manifold. If it is not properly managed, as it may affect the whole communities of the world. Mr. Speaker, I made a manifestation the last time, quoting some of the moral concerns of the 3 archbishops in Sydney with regards to the manufacturing of a proposed COVID vaccine using aborted fetus. However, my statement was taken out of context. I highly respect our Christian brothers and sisters who are here today supporting the success of the
May I
Bangsamoro
cut
government.
you there, brother? This is not a mere manifestation. You're already exercising your privilege, and
This is not a privilege, but I know how relevant and important is the vaccine issue because it affects the entire community of the world. May I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
may we give you the proper time to speak maybe later after all proposed resolutions have been tackled. We will give you the floor later.
Can I just shorten my
You can
manifestation?
short.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I request that the speaker should consider that my quotation,
You have the floor.
yes, my quotation be kept and still be part of the journal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General should put on the records the manifestation of the gentleman from Lanao del Sur. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we request the
The
Secretary
Secretary
General?
General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution 331, the name of the authors and co-authors.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on proposed resolution number 331 is entitled a resolution calling for the implementations of Section 24, Article 13 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law on the enactment of the Bangsamoro Cooperative Code, authored by the Honorable MP Jamila Disimban Ramos, co-authors the Honorables MP Susana Anayatin, MP Aida Silungan, MP Safrola Dipatuan, MP Marjani Makasalong, MP Abdullah Gayak, MP Harun Abbas, MP Zainuddin Bato, MP Alzad Satar, MP Musa Jamla, MP Abdulaziz Ismail, MP Ibrahim Ali, MP Hatimil Hassan, MP Abdullah Makapaar, MP Maysara Dandamun Latif, and MP Idi Ali. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Trade, Investment, and Tourism, Mr. Speaker.
Proposed resolution number 331 is hereby referred to the Committee on Trade, Investment, and Tourism.
May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed
The
resolution?
Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 346, the name of the author and co-authors.
On proposed resolution number 346, Mr. Speaker, is entitled a resolution calling for the Ministry of Basic Higher and Technical Education, Ministry of Social Services and Development to regulate, supervise, and support Turil learning schools and to render regular assistance and programs respectively. Authored by the Honorable MP Jamila Disimban Ramos, co-authors, the Honorables MP Idi Ali, MP Susana Anayatin, MP Zainuddin Bato, MP Maysara Dandamun Latif, MP Abdul Muhmin Mujahid, MP Mudayaw Sakar, and MP Faiz Aliuddin, and MP Suwaib Uradon, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor
Mr.
Leader.
Speaker, may we refer this to the Committee on Basic Higher Technical Education and Committee on Social Services and Development, Mr. Speaker.
Any second? There being no objection, proposed resolution number 346 is hereby referred to the Committee on Basic Higher and Technical Education. Majority Floor Leader.
We request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 347, the name of the author and co-authors.
Mr. Speaker, on proposed resolution number 347 is entitled a resolution directing the Bangsamoro Women Commission to facilitate the conduct of clusterized data banking of single mothers, widows, and mujahidats in cooperation and coordination with the Philippine Statistics Authority, BARM, in order to protect their welfare and ensure their proper identification as beneficiaries in the delivery of services from various agencies of the Bangsamoro government. Authored by the Honorable MP Jamila Disimban Ramos, co-authors, the Honorables MP Rasul Mitmog Jr., MP Susana Anayatin, MP Maysara Dandamun Latif, MP Baymaleha Kandaw, MP Aida Silungan, MP Nabil Tan, MP Mudayaw Sakar, MP Faiz Alauddin, MP Zainuddin Bato, and MP Nabila Pangandaman, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Social Services and Development.
Proposed resolution number 347 is hereby referred to the Committee on Social Services.
May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed resolution?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 373, the name of the author and co-authors.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on proposed resolution number 373 is entitled Resolution Expressing Profound Gratitude and Recognition to the Office of the President, through the Presidential Commission's Operations Office for the creations of Salam TV and Salam Radio and calling for the Bangsamoro government to support them. Authored by the Honorable MP Jamila de Simban Ramos, co-authors the Honorables MP by Maleha Kandao, MP Aida Silungan, MP Siti Sahara Mastura, MP Idi Ali, MP Mudayo Sakar, MP Maysara Dandamun Latif, MP Musa Jamla, MP Bainun Karun, MP Ali Salik, MP Ibrahim Ali, MP Susana Anayatin, MP Abdul Wahab Pak, and MP Ahmad Abbas. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer this to the Committee on Transportation and Communication.
Proposed resolution number 373 is hereby referred to the committee. And, yeah, you're raising your hand, Deputy Speaker Adyong.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. With due respect to the Majority Leader, I guess the resolution only extend our gratitude to the President, and perhaps we can treat this as a simple resolution so that we can already dispense with one item in the agenda.
The Majority Floor Leader, what's your position?
I agree with MP Zia. Mr.
So
Speaker.
you're no longer
yes,
referring this?
I'm my previous motion, Mr. Speaker.
We
So
will
I
refer
move.
this.
So therefore, I move to treat this as a simple resolution and be transferred to the business for the day, Mr.
Proposed resolution number 373 is treated as a simple resolution and transferred to the business for the day.
Mr. Speaker, we may proceed to the next item. We are on item number 8, first stage bills. May we request the Secretary General to read the title, the number, and the author of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of PTA Parliament Bill number 67.
Mr. Speaker, on first stage of bill, we have BTA Parliament Bill number 67, entitled An Act Creating the Bangsamoro Bantay Corruption Office, defining its powers and functions, and appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Authored by the Honorable MP Muhammad S. Yaqub. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to read the next first stage bill, Parliament Bill number 68, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of BTA Parliament Bill number 68.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. On second BTA Parliament Bill, on first stage, Bill number 68 is entitled An Act Prioritizing Establishment of Irrigation Systems within the Bangsamoro area. Authored by Honorable MP Muhammad S. Yaqub. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. May we request the Secretary General to read the next proposed first stage bill, Parliament Bill number 72.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of BTA Parliament Bill, proposed Bill number 72.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. BTA Parliament Bill number 72 is entitled An Act Extending Assistance by Recognizing the Badjao and other Bangsamoro poorest tribes by implementing mechanism of actions providing funds therefore and other purposes. Authored by the Honorable MP Sultan Idrisa Haji Nasir Rimbang. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is a private member bill. Mr. Speaker, may we proceed to item number 11, unfinished business. This is committee report number 53. The parliamentary status of this bill, Mr. Speaker, is we are on the period of amendment, which was deferred last February 16, 2021. May we respectfully recognize MP Ana Basman to lead the period of amendment of this particular bill.
1
Mr.
minute
Speaker.
suspension to allow MP Ana Basman to prepare.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of amendment.
The period of amendment is now. The period of amendment for Committee Report number 53, the Bangsamoro proposed Bangsamoro Civil Service Code is now open.
Mr. Speaker, it has been agreed by this August body in the previous session that those MPs who would like to signify the interest to propose amendment will submit to the Secretariat their proposed amendments. And this has been received by the proponents of this bill, and they already made a listing of these proposed amendments. There are two controversial amendments, and those accepted amendments will be flashed in the video screen, Mr. Speaker. So the procedure, Mr. Speaker, is to read by the proponents those proposed amendments. It's either she rejected or she
Proponent
accept,
of the bill.
proponents
Proponent of the bill.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's either to reject or to accept the proposed amendments. If the proposed amendment will be rejected, Mr. Speaker, then we proceed to the division of the House. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. So the process is the proposed amendments had already been submitted to the proponents of the bill. They have listed it. Now they will present it to us. Then later we will ask them whether they accept or reject the proposed amendment. If it is accepted, there is no issue. If the proposed amendment is insisted by the proponent of the amendment, we will have to divide the House. Now, the manner of dividing the House will be by raising of hands so that we will shorten the process. Furthermore, the division of the House will have to will be conducted after the list of contested provisions have been finalized. We will allow the proponent of the amendment to speak for 3 minutes to defend his proposed amendment. Then we will proceed to the division of the House, not on second reading, but merely on the proposed amendments. So we will now proceed. The proponents, you now have the floor.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Mr. Speaker, honored members of this chamber, if you will recall, we, as mentioned by the majority leader and the presiding officer, we have asked the members of the parliament to submit to the secretariat their proposed amendments to the bill under consideration. And as of today, we have received communication from Minister MP Moheger Iqbal, MP Marjani Makasalong, Minister MP Hussein Munoz, MP Eddie Ali, MP Baintan Ampatuan, MP James Macaraya, the Deputy Minority Leader Liza Alamia, MP Maysara Dandaman Latif, MP Ustad Abdul Mu'min Mujahid, MP Musa Jamla, MP Attorney Rasul Mitmog, MP Rasul Ismail, and MP Attorney Paisalin Tago, and MP Sultan Rimbang. And Mr. Speaker, as a result of that, we have prepared the presentation of all of those amendments and our response as proponents to those proposed amendments. If you may ask the Secretary to flash the presentation on our screen. Mr. Speaker, to begin with, there is an omnibus proposed amendment to be consistent with the formulation throughout the entire code. So for that, Mr. Speaker, we use CSC for BARM instead of CSC-BARM. We use the word commission in lieu of CSC, but only when applicable. We use agencies, the single word agencies, in lieu of ministries, offices, and agencies. And we use Bangsamoro government in lieu of Bangsamoro autonomous government. And that is an omnibus amendment throughout the entire code, Mr. Speaker. Next slide. As well, Mr. Speaker, an omnibus.
May I cut you there. The Secretariat is directed to take note of the omnibus amendment a while ago. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is another omnibus proposed amendment to be consistent in the reference to numbers. So in this, we accept the proposal to spell out the word and include the figure in parentheses when we refer to numbers 1 to 9, and for numbers 10 and up, we only use the figures. We also accept the proposal to spell out the entire word for the first time use of any proper name and to use acronyms thereafter. We also accept, Mr. Speaker, the uniform use of R.A.number. From the second to the last reference to Republic Acts, and similarly E.O.number. For all succeeding references to executive order. We also remove any mention of the title of the laws for uniformity. Mr. Speaker, these two slides, we accept those proposed amendments.
The Secretariat is directed to take note of the proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
Yes.
Speaker, just an intervention. Mr. Speaker, may we request that there shall be an attribution to the mentioned proposed amendment so that we'll know who the members of parliament responsible for that.
Mr. Speaker, apologies for that. And it only happens in these first two slides. The rest we have duly attributed the proposed amendment. So for these two slides, we have MP Baintan as proponent of the proposed amendments.
Secretariat, you are directed to take note of the names of the proponents.
Okay. May we move to the third slide, please? For this, Mr. Speaker, we now go to the less contentious proposed amendments. For this, Mr. Speaker, in Article 221, as proposed by MP Makasalong, the proposed language is to the last part. So to include the sentence, notwithstanding the foregoing, complaints against officials who are coterminous, appointees of the chief minister and elective officials are not covered by this book. This book referring to Book 5 on procedures for complaints, Mr. Speaker.
So you accept?
We accept this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat is notified of the acceptance.
Okay, next slide, please. For Article 245, grounds for issuance, we accept the proposal to remove reference to the requirement of the evidence against respondent being strong. So remove the phrase, the evidence against respondent must be strong, as well as the last phrase, by reason of his or her position. We accept this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, from MP Makasalong.
Secretariat, take note.
If you go to the next slide. Another proposed amendment from MP Makasalong. We remove reference to a cap in the period for preventive suspension. So we remove the phrase, which should not be less than 2/3 of the maximum duration of preventive suspension. We accept this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note of the amendment. Any other?
If you go to the next slide. This is a proposal from MP Minister Munoz to include the phrase of the Bangsamoro government to qualify employees in the first line of the article, and to insert this paragraph in between. Each agency shall establish a grievance mechanism and promulgate rules and regulations governing the expeditious, fair, and equitable adjudication of employees' complaints or grievances in accordance with the policies enunciated by the Commission. We accept this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat is should take note. May I ask one question? I observe here. Does the Civil Service Code apply only to the Bangsamoro government?
Mr. Speaker, this Civil Service Code applies to all of the civil servants within the Bangsamoro
Why is there
region.
a reference to the Bangsamoro government? 1 minute suspension.
We withdraw that earlier acceptance. We accept with a modification. Instead of inserting of the Bangsamoro government, we replace employees of the Bangsamoro government with public officials and employees within the BARM. So also deleting employees of the Bangsamoro government and replace with public officials and employees within the BARM. Noting that if this is the first mention of BARM, it should be spelled out. Within the BARM. Within the BARM.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
With the change of nomenclature from Bangsamoro government to the BARM, what does it mean? It means it covers even the LGUs.
Yes, it covers the LGU.
All the units within
all
the
units,
Bangsamoro Autonomous
yeah,
Region.
all the units.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies, I cannot turn on my video. It's a blackout here in our place. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know how does Article 22, how is it reconciled with the previous article where it says that coterminous appointees are exempt from it will not be, the code shall not be, book 5 shall not be applicable to coterminous appointees, Mr. Speaker. May we check, may we know from the proponent how we can reconcile this with Article 22?
Mr. Speaker, if the good minority leader can point to the, are we referring to the previous amendment? Or Article 21? Because Article 21 refers to inspection and audit.
The I think it's the two previous slides, 2 slides earlier. Can we check that, please?
Yeah, no.
Yes, Article 221 that say that where the sentence, notwithstanding the foregoing, complaints against officials who are coterminous appointees of the chief minister and elective officials are not covered by this book.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would like just to be clarified on what is the implication of this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are referring to, by removing reference to Bangsamoro government, the restriction of the application of this code to officials of the local government units as clarified by MP Attorney Rasmit Mug. However, still for Book 5, the coterminous appointees of the chief minister, the ministers, the deputy chief ministers, and elective officials, the MPs will not be covered by the provisions of Book 5. Specifically, Article 221 refers to the book on Book 5.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would further clarificatory question. If the Civil Service Code does not apply to coterminous appointees of the Chief Minister, I agree with the elective officials, but the coterminous appointees of the Chief Minister, what law then applies when it comes to the coverage of all offenses under the Civil Service Code?
Mr. Speaker, the coterminous appointees of the Chief Minister serve at his or her pleasure. The procedures on disciplinary actions, which refer to Book 5, apply to those that enjoy some semblance of security in their positions beyond the confidence of the appointing authority.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Speaker. But my next question is, it is also provided in the BARM Civil Service Code that there are 2 kinds of positions, the career positions and the non-career positions. And there are positions there that are non-career, primarily confidential, which may also pertain to coterminous appointees. So if, let's say, a coterminous appointee, let's say a minister who is not a member of the parliament, is appointed by the chief minister, and he or she commits an act that may be considered as a violation of the Civil Service Code of BARM. Does that mean that this law does not apply to him? How do we make such person accountable, if ever?
So, Mr. Speaker, what does not apply to that particular case is the procedure spelled out in Book 5. However, Mr. Speaker, there may be other procedures for such kinds of appointees, which are, again, serving at the pleasure of the appointing authority, particularly the Chief Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would still like to be clarified. What procedure? We need to be very clear here, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking about substantive law and procedural law. Just so we can be very clear on the intent and spirit of this particular provision, Mr. Speaker. If there is accountability on the part of coterminous appointees, how do we proceed with the process of making him or her accountable? Under which law, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the Bangsamoro region is not exempted from the rules on the jurisdiction of the Ombudsman for that particular case. If I may clarify, Mr. Speaker, we are talking here of jurisdictions of the investigation of the Bangsamoro Attorney General's office, the jurisdictions of the agencies over their employees, the jurisdictions of LGUs under uh, over employees under them, and the likes, Mr. Speaker. So what I'm trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is this spelled out procedure in Book 5 of the Civil Service Code is not going to apply to ministers, for example. But the Office of the Chief Minister may promulgate their own rules on how to deal with cases such as those. There are also national laws respecting um, uh, certain public officers and employees of a certain salary grade, and those still apply to our officials here in the Bangsamoro.
1 minute suspension. we we ask for forgiveness from the minority floor leader. We will encourage you to submit your own formulation uh, on the respective provisions. You can submit them within during this plenary so that they may
Mr.
be
Speaker,
included.
with all due respect, I have submitted already my proposed amendments,
As
Mr.
far as
Speaker.
the affected provisions,
As for this affected provision, I do not have any proposed amendment.
maybe
Those are
you can
clarifications.
submit your own formulation, so because we are no longer in the period of interpellation and debate, we would like to to hasten the process in this period of amendment. We encourage you to
Um,
submit your own formulation.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, we were on the slide on Article 22, I presume, and I wanted to be clarified with the reconciliation of the provision under Article 221 in the said article before its approval by the proponent. And that's why I asked the questions. Once these are clarified, Mr. Speaker, then we can proceed with the approval, whether to vote or just approve the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. And based on the answers of the proponent, MP Ana Basman, and it seems that because this has already been accepted, then coterminous appointees would not be covered by this bill, by this law, and the procedure that would apply to them and the substantive law that would apply to them would not be this particular law. As long as that is clear, Mr. Speaker. Those are just points of clarification that I wanted to make. I do not have any proposed amendment for this particular provision.
So, can you clarify further,
Yes, I
MP
think
Ana?
if I may reiterate what I have been saying, we're talking about Book 5 in Article 221, which is that part of the code on the procedure for complaints, procedure on disciplinary actions. And by this formulation, the coterminous appointees of the chief minister and the elective officials are not going to be subjected by the procedures. Let me reiterate, Mr. Speaker, by the procedures outlined in Book 5, not the rest of the code.
So you're saying it's only in Book 5 that they
Yes,
are
Mr.
not
Speaker.
covered?
Yes,
They
Mr.
are
Speaker.
still covered by the Civil Service Code in other matters of their employment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Floor Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have no further questions with respect to this particular article.
So thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
MP Mitmog, you were raising your hand?
just a quick note. In Article 22, we use BARM to capture all the units of local government and the GOCCs. But here we move back in using Bangsamoro government. Maybe we should use BARM to make it easier.
Majority of the proponent? May sense yung sinasabi ni.
It talks of the different agencies of the Bangsamoro government, including its component LGUs and GOCCs. So we're not talking about the territory or the region of BARM, but the offices under the Bangsamoro government.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but the way I understood it, in Article 22, we originally used Bangsamoro government. Then I asked a question if by using BARM, it also includes the LGUs and the other GOCCs. Maybe here, for consistency, we use BARM. Just a suggestion, Mr. Speaker.
While we respect the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, the LGUs and even the GOCCs with the regional charters are spelled out in this proposed in this provision. So we would like to stick to this formulation, Mr. Speaker.
We have no choice. They stick with their formulation. Proceed, MP Ana.
I think we're in Article 22. We have said that we have accepted. Article 22 is in slide number 6 there. We have accepted that formulation with some minor reformulation. Next slide, please. This is a proposal from MP Minister Munoz, and it is to change the title of the article from civil, the word civil, to career, as it pertains to career service in the text, in the body of the provision. And we accept that proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat, please take note.
Objection, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, point of order.
What is your point of order, MP, the Minority Floor Leader?
I would like to be clarified, Mr. Speaker, in the period of amendment, if let's say there is a proposed amendment, like in this case, Article 24, and the proponent accepts it, can the rest of the members of the Parliament object to the acceptance of the proponent?
Yes, you can object, and then we will divide the House later.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Considering that, Mr. Speaker, I register my objection to this, Mr. Speaker. Article 24 talks about appointments in the Bangsamoro Civil Service, the whole civil service, which includes career, non-career, including coterminous positions, which earlier has been clarified that under the procedure on Book 5 on procedural law, those provisions are not applicable. But the entire Civil Service Code is applicable. And the substance, the spirit of this article, Article 24, pertains to gender and ethnic balance, which means it's in the entire civil service, not just the career positions. We have to go back to the definition of what is career position and non-career position.
Yeah, we will take note of that, Madam Minority Floor Leader. We will take note of your objection. Later, we will go into the division of the House and we will give you 3 minutes to explain your position on the matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anna?
If we can go to the next slide, Mr. Speaker. The proposal of, again, MP Munoz is to change the title of Article 46 to Notice of Change or Human Resource Movement, and we accept the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat, please take note
Because this is in relation to the next article. If we can go to the next slide, which also pertains to human resource action. So for this proposed amendment, the proposal is to remove not requiring appointment. We accept that proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note of the accepted amendment.
If we go to the next slide, Mr. Speaker, under Article 6, definition of terms, it is a proposal from Minister MP Mohamed Iqbal to include elective in the definition of civil servants. So to read refers to appointive and elective public officials and employees. We accept that proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. Another proposed amendment is
Secretariat, take note.
Is under letter K to define eligible, and instead of the original formulation, which is and whose name is entered in the register of eligibles in the Civil Service Commission, we accept the amendment to replace that with the phrase under special laws and issuances of the commission which can be used for purposes of appointment in the government. We accept this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat, take note.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I would like to be clarified why we consider the elective officials as civil servants.
The proponent.
Mr. Speaker, I think elective public officials are also civil servants. Are they not? They are still likewise bound by civil service rules.
Yung karamihan po kasi sa civil service rules, Mr. Speaker, are for those appointive officials. Based dun sa civil service rules, konti lang yung sa elective officials. May sarili silang laws for that.
Mr. Speaker, I believe in certain parts of the code, there will be times when we refer only to appointive officials, when we refer specifically to elective officials, when we refer to career and non-career. So I think that kind of a distinction is, that kind of consciousness is present in the formulation of the code. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, we are only defining civil servants in this article.
In the National Civil Service Law, Mr. Speaker, are elective officials also civil servants?
I think we should avoid the interpolation here. We suggest that you raise an objection to the matter so that we can include them in the division later of the House.
Just to understand why we accepted some amendments, Mr. Speaker.
You will be given time later to accept.
That's not the reason,
to express your ground.
That's not the reason, Mr. Speaker, because there are amendments, and from what I understand is there are reasons for the amendment. So we just need to understand why
1
these are
minute
the amendments.
suspension.
Speaker, as I understood that, I need to raise an objection so that later on we can understand the reason for the provision. Then I raise my objection on this portion, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Secretariat, there are already 2 objections. Please take note so that everything will be collated later. The proponent, please proceed.
The next slide, please, Mr. Speaker. Okay. Mr. Speaker, if you can go back to the previous slide. Instead of, for the second proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw our acceptance, and instead of, so we accept with a minor modification. Instead of using the word "and" between laws and issuances, we use the word "or." Letter K, no, not there. Letter K, there, instead of "and." There.
Proceed.
Next slide, please. For this amendment, Mr. Speaker, there is a proposal from Minister MP Iqbal to replace third-level positions to second-level position with managerial or executive functions. We accept that proposal, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat, please take note. Any other?
There are plenty more, Mr. Speaker. The next slide, Mr. Speaker, is also a proposal from MP Iqbal on Article 85. Again, a clarification. Instead of simply placing executive / managerial position, we accept the proposal to spell out second level positions performing executive or managerial functions.
What do you mean second? May I ask, clarify lang. What do you mean second level position?
Mr. Speaker, if you go to Article 10, we clarify that second level positions are of 3 kinds. The third one being those performing executive managerial functions.
The Secretariat, take note.
Next. Another proposal from MP Iqbal of the same tenor. We accept the reformulation to second level positions performing executive / managerial functions. We also note that in the submission of MP Baintan, she highlighted CPRO. So we completed the name of the program by inserting the word program.
That is by Intan
The
proposed amendment.
The program.
Next.
Next, please.
The Secretariat, please take note.
In Article 12, proposal from MP Rasul Ismail to change residents of the locality where their employment is situated to residents of the region. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept. This is only a preference to give chance to those who are located in the area where the office is situated.
Secretariat, take note. It was not accepted. Yes, MP Maysara, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek a clarification because that's also a concern for me. Because if it's the employment where the employment is situated, like for example in the region, it's considered as our central offices, right? So it means that everybody here in Cotabato City will be given preference over other members of the Bangsamoro in other region. So that's my concern, Mr. Speaker.
So you
Object.
you object also to the
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
proposed amendment.
No, I accept the proposed amendment because it would be more in keeping with the inclusivity provision in the Bangsamoro Organic Law, as well as merit and fitness, as well as not giving preference when the position is really regional in character, meaning ministries are regional in character.
We take note of the objection. Secretariat, please take note of the objection.
One minor thing, Mr. Speaker, on this. So we were just contemplating in this provision, in that particular preference for residents of the locality, the instances where the offices are outside of the capital of the region. So maybe we can fine tune the language so that we don't have that kind of an interpretation as communicated by MP Maisara. But really, the intention is if the office is in Sulu, the residents of Sulu are given preference over the
So we
residents
can
elsewhere.
avoid the division of the House on this provision.
If
I suggest
yes, Mr. Speaker.
both of you should come up with a reconciled amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
MP Ana, MP Maisara, you can make your formulation so that
Yes,
both
Mr. Speaker.
issues will be settled.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
If you go to the next slide, in Article 52, there is a proposal to enumerate the members of the performance management team as proposed by MP Rasul Ismail. We do not accept this proposed amendment by reason of it being contained in memo circular and is subject to regular revisions. So we would not wish to cement this in the Civil Service Code, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
The next
Any
slide,
other?
please. There is a proposal from MP Ismail to include the phrase, the paragraph, however, if the appointee is for the position of minister or deputy minister, the appointment shall be valid upon confirmation of the parliament meeting as a committee of the whole, as a commission and appointment of the parliament. We do not accept this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
The next slide, Mr. Speaker, is again a proposal from MP Ismail to set out the list of manners by which attendance will be recorded. These are good examples, Mr. Speaker. However, we leave it to the developments of the time as to what are best manners of recording attendance in the civil service within the Bangsamoro.
Noted. The Secretariat is directed. Directed to take notice of the.
Next slide, Mr. Speaker, is a proposal to insert a new article on entitlement to leave privileges, which reads, officers and employees in the civil service shall be entitled to leave of absence with or without pay, subject to the Omnibus Rules on Leave or CSC Memorandum Circular Number 41, Series of 1998, or as may be provided by law and rules and regulations of the Civil Service Commission. We accept this, subject to style, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note. Any other?
And we accept that, Mr. Speaker, as Article 211. Next slide, Mr. Speaker, is our proposals from MP Macaraya on expanding the definition of moral governance. Again, Mr. Speaker, as this is already defined in a law we passed a few weeks ago in the admin code, we do not accept a redefinition of moral governance. Also under Article 6, there is a proposal to insert this paragraph. CSC means national, RCSC means regional CSC for BARM, etc. Mr. Speaker, we already clarified that for CSC we mean commission. We use commission uniformly. For the Bangsamoro Civil Service Commission, we use CSC for BARM uniformly. So there is no need for this paragraph. We do not
Noted. The
accept.
Secretariat is should take note of the two not accepted amendments.
In the next slide, Mr. Speaker, is a proposal from MP Abdul Mu'min Mujahid to include the phrase and values reformation officer. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker, by reason of such an officer being merely designated amongst those already employed by the agency.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is a proposal from MP Satar to expand the definition of moral governance to include with ihsan. Unfortunately, again, Mr. Speaker, by the same reason, we cannot accept this proposed amendment.
Noted.
A proposal,
Please take note.
A proposal from MP Satar again, Mr. Speaker, to mention, to include the phrase including the Madaris teachers in the employment status of teachers. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker. However, we have a counter proposal in the next slide.
Noted.
As a last paragraph, we propose to include the sentence consistent with Article 78 herein, the employment status of Madaris Asatid shall be determined by the Commission.
Secretariat, please take note.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Mawalil.
Just a clarification. How do we approach a counter proposal? Do we need to divide the House later?
Please speak louder.
How do we approach a counter proposal? Do we need to divide the House later, or is it already accepted?
You can object to the counter proposal if you want. And it would depend on the proponent whether or not the proponent of the amendment would accept or not.
Maybe, Mr. Speaker, we can ask
the
proponent of the amendment who is here present.
Sheikh Al-Sad Satar, what is your comment on the rejection of your proposed amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to stick with my proposition, the word including the Madaris teachers, for the reason of specification. The identification really is for the Madaris teachers. That's Mr. Speaker.
So, do you agree with that, MP Ana Basman?
Mr. Speaker, maybe we can include this among the matters that we will divide the House on, as we would like to stick with our counter proposal as well.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and so with other proposal that I recommended.
You continue to object, or you accept the counter proposal?
No, later.
Later, okay. We will go back to it later.
During the
MP Ana, you can proceed.
As a short
point of clarification, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of clarification, Madam Minority Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the counter proposal consistent with Article 78 herein, I would just like to be clarified. It will be determined by the Commission. Does the Commission pertain to the National Civil Service Commission, Mr. Speaker?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. That is correct. The National Civil Service Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify as well that that provision is our counter proposal is consistent with our accepted amendment for Article 78, which we will pass through as we go through the slides. So if we can proceed with the next slide.
Proceed.
Article 86, a proposal from MP Satar to include the phrase including Islamic educational institutions. We accept this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
The next proposed amendment from this from MP Satar once again is to include the phrase including Islamic Valley Formation training. We accept with revision, Mr. Speaker, which is reflected in the next slide. To include this sentence, when appropriate, human resource development intervention may include Islamic values formation trainings or its equivalent.
MP Satar, you accept? You can just thumbs up if you accept. It has been accepted. We take note. The Secretariat should take note of the acceptance of MP Satar.
The next slide, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's only a matter of style as proposed by MP Attorney Tago to to refer to Article 8 in the third line of the article and to use the permissive term may instead of shall. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept as at any rate the mandatoriness of the word shall pertains to the filling up of the vacancy, not of the manner of filling it up, as the enumerated manners are complete in themselves. As well, Mr. Speaker, because of movement and maybe various references to career service, we prefer to use the encompassing phrase defined herein.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note. Secretariat, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the next slide is on Article 78. I believe there are multiple proponents for this article.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I believe there are multiple proponents under this article, one of which is MP Ampatuan, who proposes to lift the appropriate major provisions in the Bangsamoro Education Code. There is also another proposed by MP Mujahid.
The same provision.
On the same provision.
May I recognize MP Baintan?
Go ahead, Mr.
The Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, napansin ko lang po na yung mga minor amendments, nakalagay po yung mga pangalan ng mga nag-propose ng amendments. Kung babalikan po ninyo yung page 1 and 2 ng slides na ito, that actually involves the entire 114 pages of the document, which I labored.
Yes, I think it is duly noted that
Mr. Speaker, I demand that there should be a proper attribution because 3 nights ko pong hindi tinulugan para basahin at makita yung lahat ng provisions na yun. If you insert just a one word may, then nandun yung pangalan nung it's actually really unfair on my part. Mr. Speaker, I would remind everyone, Mr. Speaker, that I have still one issue about the oath taking, Mr. Speaker, and there's another issue here around Mr. Speaker. So I demand that there should be a proper attribution as far as my proposed amendments from page 1 to page 114, Mr. Speaker.
Noted.
Mr. Speaker, I think we clarified and we have already accepted the lapse in the failure to attribute in the first 2 pages, and we apologize to the good lady for not including her name in the first 2 pages, and we put it on record that it was her proposed amendments.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and I demand that page 1 and page 2 should be attributed on my name, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat is directed to make the proper attribution of page 1 and 2 of the set of proposed amendments under the name of the Deputy Minority Leader by Intan Ampatuan.
Mr. Speaker, going back to sige.
Okay, proceed.
Mr. Speaker, again, under this article, there are 3 proposed amendments, but unfortunately, we're not able to include in the slide the amendments proposed by MP Mujahid and MP Tago. If we can ask for a minute suspension just so we can include those in the slide.
1 minute suspension. The proponents, you may continue with your with the reading of the proposed amendments.
May I request, Mr. Speaker, the Secretary to
The Secretary
reflash
General.
the slides? There. Mr. Speaker, for this article on Madaris teachers, there are multiple proponents for amendments. First is MP Ampatuan, who proposes to lift the appropriate major provisions in the Bangsamoro Education Code towards this article.
May I ask a question on this? How do we lift a particular provision from the Bangsamoro Education Code when it's still considered as a proposal?
That was also our consideration, Mr. Speaker. However, we understand the intention to put a bit more details on the article compared to how it is currently formulated. And so we consider the other two proposed amendments from two other MPs. I think it will be in the next slide if it is ready.
May I cut this? MP Ampatuan, have you taken consideration of this, lifting the provision and showing it to us?
Mr. Speaker, right now I don't have a prepared specific provision for it, but I understand that there was a lengthy discussion about this under the Education Code, and therefore I give it to the proponent to lift the appropriate provision which they deem necessary for this particular provision.
So you're giving them the go signal
Yes,
to
Mr. Speaker.
do it. So the proponents, you may continue.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so as I was saying, there are two other proposed amendments to this specific provision coming from MP Mujahid and MP Tago. If you may also flash them on the screen. A minute suspension, Mr. Speaker, please.
1 minute suspension.
Mr. Speaker, we're back to Article 78 on Madaris teachers. As you were saying, this is the comment from MP Ampatuan. It is followed by the proposed amendments from next from MP Tago, which proposes to replace the entire provision with, in case of Madaris/Asatid teachers, the Civil Service Commission shall promulgate rules and regulations to set the standards for their qualifications, appointments, and promotions as provided for in the Bangsamoro Education Code, or, if the said code was not yet enacted into law, based on the recommendations of the Bangsamoro government. Madaris/Asatid teachers who qualify in such standards as provided by the Civil Service Commission shall qualify as the aforesaid teachers to second and third level positions appointment, provided other requirements for qualification has been complied for. The third proposal comes from MP Mujahid on the same.
The proposed amendment of MP Tago is accepted.
Accepted with revision, and we will provide that in the slide after the proposal of MP Mujahid.
Mr. Speaker.
May I please take note first of the proposed amendment of MP Tago that was accepted? Secretariat, take note. Yes, MP Maysara.
Mr. Speaker, a while ago we were in caucus and we were thinking that the qualification standards as well as the eligibilities will be provided by the CSC in coordination with the MBHTE. So much so that we said it would be wording and language that in reference to the education code. So I am in a quandary while now we have a proposed language.
Mr. Speaker, this was submitted prior to, right after the session last week, and we were just recognizing the submissions of the proponents of these proposed amendments. And if I may finish, Mr. Speaker, this is the proposal from MP Mujahid to replace the provision in this manner. In the case of Madaris Asatid, the Commission shall promulgate rules and regulations to set the standards for their qualifications, appointments, and promotions as provided for in the Bangsamoro Education Code. Pending the enactment thereof, the Commission shall base such rules and regulations on the recommendations of the MBHTE. Mr. Speaker, we consolidate the two proposed languages into so again, we accept this proposed provision, this proposed amendment with minor revision. So in the next slide.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note. How about Article 78?
Yes, in the next slide, there. This is our proposed formulation, our proposed revision to the two proposed amendments. Article 78, Madaris Asatid. In the case of Madaris Asatid, the Commission shall promulgate rules and regulations to set the standards for their qualifications, appointments, and promotions as provided for in the Bangsamoro Education Code. Pending the enactment thereof, the Commission shall base such rules and regulations on the recommendations of the MBHTE.
So this is technically an amendment of MB by Intan.
Technically, an amendment of MP Baintan joined with that of MP Tago and MP Mujahid, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat are directed to take notice of the proposed amendment.
Mr. Speaker, we'd just like to make a clarification. In that case, are we now delegating to the MBHTE the power to provide rules and regulation, considering that the Parliament is fully floated with the power to provide for substantive law on this matter and not the MBHTE, which is an implementing agency?
Mr. Speaker, we are only avoiding the existence of a vacuum pending the enactment of the Education Code.
Because, Mr. Speaker, we also have language for the qualification standards, and I understand that the Bangsamoro Organic Law has fully given us the power to set the qualification standards for our civil servants. That's the reason why I'm asking if we can settle the matter here and not really delegate it to the MBHTE.
The lady from Lanao makes sense. We encourage you to submit your formulation. In the meantime, the proposed amendments have been accepted and
That is the proposed.
taken. Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
And
Speaker.
we will allow you to make a counter proposal. Yes, MP Tago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As one of the proponents of the amendments regarding Article 78, Mr. Speaker, the language that was used by the proponent of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code is a conciliatory amendments, Mr. Speaker. By the amendments of this representation, Mujahid and Ampatuan, Mr. Speaker. Kasi napapalob dun, Mr. Speaker, because pending the enactment, because a while ago, we discussed that the qualification standards for Madaris teachers shall be based as provided for in the Education Code. Now, pending the enactment of the Education Code, dapat mag-promulgate ng rules and regulation insofar as standard, qualification standards and others for the Madaris teachers ang MBHTE. Kasi pag wala pang education code. So that's for me, Mr. Speaker, that's a conciliatory provisions.
Yes, I will hear you.
Yes,
MP
Mr. Speaker,
Maysara.
we are just what because when you say rules and regulation, these are IRR. So you have to have a mother substantive law for an IRR to operate. Now, I am asking, what is the basis for the rules and regulation when you do not have even a set qualification standards that was set by the Parliament, a substantive law?
Mr. Speaker, this is with due respect to my colleague, this is not an IRR. Kaya lang, may dagdag nga ako dyan sa rules and regulations, after rules and regulations on the qualification standard. Nasa on the rules and regulation ng the education
Anyway,
code.
we have settled this already. The proposed, the formulation has been accepted. I will just allow MP Maysara to submit a counter formulation, and then we will give you some time to discuss, all of you, the proponents.
To reconcile,
to reconcile
the provisions.
your
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
MP Ana, you may proceed.
If you go to the next slide, Mr. Speaker, it's a proposal from MP Ampatuan to correct the year in the title of the code to 2021, and we accept the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is a proposal again from MP Ampatuan. First, in Article 6, to remove the definition of Madaris education. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker. There is a mention of Madaris education elsewhere in the code. Therefore, we would wish to still include this in the definition of terms.
So you did not accept it?
We do not accept the deletion of this one.
The Secretariat, please take note.
Next, Mr. Speaker, is under the same article, item T. If you can go back. Item T to change the definition of senior deputy chief minister to one who is chosen based on trust and confidence and managerial experience. Again, a proposal from MP Ampatuan. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker. We want the intention of the proponents is to have the designation as senior deputy chief minister, designation using the term loosely, to be automatic. So it's only by age.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
Mr. Speaker, the next one is on Article 10 from the same proponent of the amendment to change letter C to third level shall cover positions in the career executive service. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, I object.
Okay. The Secretariat, please take note of the objection.
Article 34 is the next item, Mr. Speaker. The proposal is to delete or other concerned government agencies in relation to the approval of any agency staffing pattern by the MFBM. We accept the proposed amendment.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
The next one, Mr. Speaker, is on Article 50. To delete, the proposal from MP Ampatuan is to delete second level executive / managerial, or we do not accept, Mr. Speaker. However, we propose to delete third level positions in the next slide.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, I object.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of clarification, Minority Floor Leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know if the proposed amendments that I have submitted pertaining to the same provisions in the two slides will be taken up by the proponent, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I believe that after all of the proposed amendments of MP Ampatuan, we move to the proposed amendments of the Minority Leader.
Do they cover the same subject matter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Can we, in order to shorten the process, you deal on the same subject matter? May we just take
Mr.
note that you
Speaker?
will be objecting already? Because
Yes.
the same has already been objected to by the Deputy Minority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I believe on Article 50, the Minority Leader does not have a proposed amendment, but on Article 10, she has.
MP Ana, I was asking the Minority
Okay,
Floor
sorry.
Leader. Minority Floor Leader, since the particular provisions, you share the same position with MP Bayintan, and she has already objected. May we take it that you are also objecting already to the rejection of the proposed amendment by the proponent?
Well, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, I have submitted an alternative amendment, Mr. Speaker, not on Article 50, but the previous.
Noted. Duly noted.
Thank you,
Proceed,
Mr. Speaker.
MP Ana.
Okay. So on Article 50, we do not accept the proposed amendment, and we propose instead to delete or third level.
For the record, I object.
Noted.
The next article, Mr. Speaker, Article 51, a proposal from MP Ampatuan to use anong tawag dyan?
Styling.
Use common noun instead of proper noun. So do not capitalize certain letters, and we accept that proposed amendment.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note. Who is the proponent of this proposed provision?
And in addition, Mr. Speaker, we propose that instead of using for third level, we consistently use for second level positions performing executive / managerial functions in the same article.
Yes, the same, Mr. Speaker. I object.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
The next slide, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, is Article 192 from the same proponent. We accept the revision to use agencies instead of ministries, offices, or agencies. And in addition, in the next slide, we wish to clarify that it is through the OCM that the roster of Bangsamoro eligible shall be established by the introduction of that phrase.
Whose proposal is this?
That is a revision of the earlier proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
In the next slide, Mr. Speaker, Article 173 on incentives, system of incentives. The proposal is to limit the form of awards to citations and rewards. And we accept that proposed amendment.
Noted.
Thank you.
Secretariat, please take note.
The next slide are proposed amendments of the Minority Leader, MP Alamia. First, to...
Please make the proper attribution.
The attribution, Mr. Speaker, is on the last slide of this article. It is quite a lengthy article, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed. You may now proceed.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, if they can go back to slide number 42. There. First, Mr. Speaker, is a proposal to add for executive / managerial, add the figure 4 under letter B. Also, to expound on letter B by including the following paragraphs. So, for purposes of this code, positions in the second level shall be categorized into the following functional groups. B.1, non-supervisory. This includes professional, technical, and scientific positions performing work requiring the practice of profession or application of knowledge acquired through formal training in a particular field or the exercise of a natural, creative, and artistic ability or talent in arts and letters. Next slide is a continuation. Supervisory. This includes professional, technical, and scientific positions in a department or agency or local government which have the responsibility of overseeing the work of an organizational unit charged with a major or specialized activity. For this purpose, a supervisor shall be one who plans, programs, delegates tasks, and evaluates performance of employees, monitors work outputs, maintains morale and discipline among employees, develops cooperation and ensures a well-coordinated workforce, and coordinates and cooperates with other organizational units within the ministry or agency. It is continued on the next slide. B.3, executive / managerial. This includes professional, technical, and scientific positions, the functions of which are managerial in character, exercising functions such as planning, organizing, directing, coordinating, controlling, and overseeing the activities of an organization, a unit thereof, or of a group, requiring some degree of professional, technical, or scientific knowledge and experience, application of managerial skills required to carry out basic duties and responsibilities involving leadership, functional guidance, and control. These positions require intensive and thorough knowledge of a specialized field. Ministry and agency heads are enjoined to set the qualification requirements and qualifying and/or promotional tests for appointment to executive / managerial positions in the second level pursuant to CSC Resolution Number 1100-472, promulgated on 8 April 2011 in coordination with the Civil Service Commission. And letter C, the third level shall cover positions in the Career Executive Service. The last in this article, as proposed by MP Alamia, is to replace the last sentence of number 2 with entrance to the third level shall be prescribed by the Career Executive Service Board. Mr. Speaker, we accept some of the formulated amendments. In the next slide. First, instead of the grouping into 3, we change that to 2. The next slide. We accept the enumerations under letter B, B.1, B.2. In the next slide, B.3. In the second item, we do not accept the proposed amendment and we retain the last sentence, which is entrance to a higher level does not require previous qualification in the lower level. Those are the things that we accept from the proposed amendment under Article 10, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, to the proponent for accepting portions of my proposed amendments. I, however, object the rejection of the other amendments with respect to this particular article. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat is directed to take note of the particular provision that was rejected by the proponent.
Mr. Speaker, point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, may I know if there are other proposed amendments under my name, Mr. Speaker? Because based on my file, I still have other articles that were not included in my proposed amendments.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there are matters which we lump together with the other MPs' proposals in view of the fact that they refer to the same articles, same provisions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So if we may proceed, Mr. Speaker, to the next slide, Article 184, as proposed by the Minority Leader, to detail.
May I cut you there?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
It seems now that we only have two levels of service already, first and second level. No more third level.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. You proceed.
Under this article, Mr. Speaker, the proposal is to change the article to pursuant to Section 261, subsection G, H, and X of the Omnibus Election Code of the Philippines. No public official shall make or cause any transfer, detail, or reassignment of any officer or employee in the civil service, including public school teachers, or suspend elective provincial, city, municipal, or barangay official during the election period, except upon prior written approval of the Commission on Election. We understand, Mr. Speaker, the idea behind the proposed amendment. However, we wish to provide further details and nuance to the proposed revision that is found in the next slide, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
Mr. Speaker, the counter proposal language of the proponents is to be read in this manner. In the next slide, please. There. So to change the title to Prohibitions in Relation to Elections, unless the concurrence of the COMELEC or other relevant offices is obtained when necessary, the following shall be prohibited. Number 1, detail or assignment within 3 months before any election as provided in Executive Order Number 292. Number 2, cases covered by Section 261 of BP bilang 881, particularly appointment of new employees, creation of new positions, promotion, or giving salary increases in accordance with paragraph G thereof, for a period of 45 days before a regular election and 30 days before a regular election. Letter B, transfer of officers and employees in the civil service in accordance with paragraph H thereof during the election period. Letter C, intervention in any election campaign or engagement in any partisan political activity in accordance with paragraph I thereof during the campaign period. Letter D, appointment or use of special policemen, special agents, confidential agents, or the like in accordance with paragraph M thereof during the campaign period and on the day before and on election day. Letter E, use of public funds, money deposited in trust, equipment, facilities owned or controlled by the government for an election campaign in accordance with paragraph O thereof. That's a typo, Mr. Speaker. We don't wish to include no period in parentheses. Letter F, release, disbursement, or expenditure of public funds in accordance with paragraph V thereof, 45 days before a regular election and 30 days before a special election. And letter G, suspension of elective provincial, city, municipal, or barangay officer in accordance with paragraph X thereof during the election period. In the last item, such are the relevant cases as are provided in other special and or regional laws.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point
Yes,
of inquiry.
Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the record, thank you to the proponent. I am accepting the amendment to my amendment with just two modifications, Mr. Speaker, if the proponent would accept, to define or indicate the title of BP bilang 881 because this was already used in the other, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's used in another article. That this is the electoral code, the Omnibus Electoral Code, Mr. Speaker, and also EO number 292.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Duly noted. Yes,
Just a
the Deputy Speaker Adyong.
Just a point of inquiry, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the proponent on paragraph item C. Can we elaborate on that?
Paragraph what?
C.
Paragraph C.
Does it only cover the civil servants as defined in this code, Mr. Speaker? Because I'm afraid there are some of us here who are politically connected with a particular candidate, maybe in 2022. Would that prevent us from campaigning also? So I'd just like to ask the proponent.
Mr. Speaker, we understand the question. And that is why we preface the enumeration with cases covered by Section 261 of BP bilang 881 because the Omnibus Election Code, which is the Batas Pambansa referred to here in this enumeration, qualifies those matters. So when we say letter C, intervention in any election campaign, we mean how it is interpreted in the Omnibus Election Code. And if there are exemptions to that, and that are incorporated in the language of this provision.
So, just to expound on that, Mr. Speaker, if I may be allowed one follow-up question. So, does that mean, Mr. Speaker, that this particular provision only covers as in so far as the definition of the civil servant is concerned under this law as provided?
While I think that is a subject of another discussion on the definition of civil servants, which will be, I think, discussed later in the course of this period of amendments. However, Mr. Speaker, let me assure the good gentleman, the Deputy Speaker, that when we refer to prohibitions on partisan political activities, we refer to positions that are non-partisan in nature, non-political in nature.
Yes, I would like to just one manifestation. I'd just like to caution the Parliament that come 2025, in the coming years to come, members of the Parliament, even the party representation, will be involved in campaigning. So I think we should be very careful about this. If we are to prevent, that's why I'm asking if this particular section only covers the civil servants. But again, I think we need to define the civil servants in the first place. Just to make my manifestation clear and put into record, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Duly noted.
The next.
So this has been accepted. The Secretariat, please take note. Proceed, MP Anna.
The next slide is on Article 186 from MP Alamia on nepotism. The proposal is to change third to fourth degree, and we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. MP,
Mr. Speaker.
the Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noted, Mr. Speaker. I object to the rejection, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat, please take note of the objection. MP Anna, proceed.
The next slide, Mr. Speaker, is on Article 187. The proposal from the Minority Leader is to delete the entire third paragraph. We accept the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the proponent.
MP Anna, proceed. Secretariat, please take note.
Next slide, please. So to clarify, Mr. Speaker, the article will read as flashed on the screen already. The next slide, Mr. Speaker, is can I have a minute suspension, Mr. Speaker?
1 minute suspension.
Mr. Speaker, the next slide is again Article 223, with a proposed revision from MP Ampatuan to um, read as follows. The second paragraph to read as follows, and merging it with the third. The Bangsamoro Attorney General's Office shall conduct formal investigation and submit a formal investigation report to the Chief Minister for appropriate action. In the case of the commissioners and personnel of the Bangsamoro Human Rights Commission, the OCM shall forward filed cases to the Office of the President, copy furnished the Commission on Human Rights Central Office. We accept, but we propose to with some revisions, Mr. Speaker, in the next slide. So first, Mr. Speaker, we delete reference to and personnel of the Bangsamoro Human Rights Commission. So delete the phrase and personnel. And also delete copy furnished the Commission on Human Rights Central Office. And we agree to delete the last paragraph on the Deputy Chief Ministers and Ministers.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note. MP Ana, proceed.
I'm not sure if we wait for an objection from the...
Yeah, I accept it.
Mr. Speaker, the next slide is on Article 226 from MP Ali. Instead of a direct reference to the local government code of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, by reason of the title not being known to this by this time, we accept the reformulation in reference to local governments enacted by the Bangsamoro Parliament. Provisions of a law on local governments enacted by the Bangsamoro Parliament. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
May I clarify on this? What jurisdiction are we talking about here? Not the eligibility, not the...
Mr. Speaker, I believe this is still the provision on procedures for disciplinary action.
Okay. Noted.
This is still that book.
Secretariat, please take note. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the next is Article 231 from MP Ali as well, to use a more gender neutral language and include /she when necessary, and to revert to 5 days in accordance with the RACs. So we accept the proposed revision, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
The next, Mr. Speaker, is again from MP Ali to revert to the date, the number of days provided in RACs, meaning 5 days, and we accept the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the next is on Article 4 from MP Macaraya to insert another item in the declaration of policy to adhere to the principles of moral governance in all its disposition and delivery of public services. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker, by reason of the policies enumerated herein, referring to this one being a declaration of policy relevant to the admin code and not the civil service code. However, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are other proposed amendments from MP Macaraya which we accept and also refer to moral governance.
Mr. Speaker.
Point of clarification.
I will recognize first MP Macaraya. Yes.
Yes. I just insert the paragraph A. The letter A, the original letter A will be letter B. That's the original amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we understand that, and we still maintain, Mr. Speaker, that this refers to human resource actions and not the ethics of the enumerated policies here in this article refer to human resource actions.
So it's still not accepted. Noted. Secretariat General, please. Secretariat, please take note. Proceed, MP Ana.
In the next article, or the next...
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. May I recognize first the minority floor leader?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a point of clarification. If we do not include, we are rejecting the proposal of MP Macaraya on including the principles of moral governance. Letter A provides that one of the policies is to ensure and promote that appointments in the civil service are made with equality according to merit and fitness, and also will consider gender and ethnic balance. Mr. Speaker, how does this correlate to that previous provision earlier where I also asked a point of clarification where the notion of gender and ethnic balance only applies to the definition of career, those who are occupying career positions, and not to the entire civil service?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as I clarified earlier, we were referring to the career service in that earlier in the article that we were discussing earlier because of the other elements of that provision. So we were really referring to the host of elements that are relevant to career service civil servants. So the examinations to test merit and fitness, etc. But there was also mention of gender and ethnic balance by reason of I think an amendment introduced in the committee. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, this Article 4 applies to the entire civil service of the Bangsamoro government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to the proponent. So this means that the principle of gender and ethnic balance or ethnic equity and gender equitability applies for all, for the entire civil service,
Yes,
not
Mr.
just for the career.
Yes, Mr.
Thank
Speaker.
you, Mr.
So,
Thank you.
So you are withdrawing now your objection to the a while ago the career service. You have understand already the context.
I understand the context, Mr. Speaker, though I'm not withdrawing my objection to that previous article. But with respect to this provision, I don't have any objection, Mr. Speaker.
Noted.
The
Proceed,
next slide.
MP Ana.
Yes, the next slide, Mr. Speaker, is on Article 14 from the same proponent. The proposal to include and commitment to moral governance. We accept the proposed amendment.
Proceed, Secretariat. Please take note.
The next one, Mr. Speaker, is on Article 52. The proposal by MP Macaraya is to insert the phrase adherence to principles of moral governance. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker, as this particular item in the enumeration refers to the performance dimensions in particular tests. So this one is the Strategic Performance Management System.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
The next one is on Article 171. The proposal is to add an item. Commitment to moral governance refers to the set of rules, practices, and processes completely devoid of all evils of graft and corruption and explicitly driven by the moral principles of utmost dedication, devotion, honesty, justice, and integrity. The application of commitment to moral governance entails high sense of ikhlas, itqan, ihsan, and optimism. We accept, Mr. Speaker, but with some revisions in the next slide.
Noted.
The
Please take note.
Our proposed revision to the proposal is adherence to moral governance. Bangsamoro government officials and employees shall uphold a set of rules, practices, and processes of governance completely devoid of all evils of graft and corruption, and shall be explicitly driven by the moral principles of utmost dedication, devotion, honesty, justice, and integrity. The application of commitment to moral governance requires a high sense of sincerity, ikhlas, perfection, itqan, excellence, ihsan, and optimism. Mr. Speaker, I think we also have tafawol. We also include tafawol in the parenthesis after optimism.
Noted.
Tafawol.
Secretariat, please take note. MP Ana, please proceed.
The next one, Mr. Speaker, is Article 172. Ta, fa, a, w, u, l. Tafawul. W, U, L. L. Lima. L. Lima. Asin yan. Next slide is on Article 172. Proposal from MP Mujahid.
Can we go back, Mr. Speaker?
Can we go back? Can we go back daw? Sabi
Yes.
ni MP.
I just want to correct the pronunciation of tafaul. Not tafaul, Mr. Speaker. It's rather tafaul. Tafaul.
Hindi ko talaga alam.
Yeah. Tafaul. Tafaul. No, with Hamza. With Hamza. Tafaul. Okay. Tafaul.
Ul.
Yes, with double A. Tafaul.
I-double A mo na rin yung
Noted.
If we put double A in tafaul, maybe we can also put double A in
MP Ana, please proceed.
Na-OC ako. Next is Article 172. Pati itkan. Joke lang. 172, proposal from MP Mujahid to, I think we discussed this already. We have not accepted. This is only going to be designated from among the ranks of the employees in the given agency.
Yes,
Mr.
MP
Speaker.
Mujahid. You're objecting to the rejection of your proposal?
Yes, I'm objecting, Mr. Speaker, because
We take note of that.
my amendment, Mr. Speaker, is based pursuant to RA 6713. If Civil Service Commission.
We will give you time later to express the ground for your objection. We will proceed. We will finish first the
Thank you, Mr.
amendments,
Speaker.
the proposed amendments, and we have take notice already of those who have objected to the rejection by the proponent. Please proceed.
The next slide, Mr. Speaker, is again on Article 172 from MP Macaraya. First, to insert as a new item, not our placement of letter A, to observe moral governance in dealing with its fellow civil servants and public clientele. Another item under letter E, to add in this paragraph, subject to the limitation prescribed by existing rules and regulations or rules to be enacted by the BTA Parliament. We accept, Mr. Speaker, with some revisions in the next slide. So, Article 172 will now read as a first item, as an inserted first item, uphold moral governance in dealing with his or her fellow civil servants and the public. And in letter E, in accordance with existing rules and regulations or those to be enacted by the Parliament.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note. Proceed, MP Ana.
The next one, Mr. Speaker, is in Article 181, a proposal from MP Ampatuan to replace BARM Civil Service with Bangsamoro Government and to replace BARM Election Code to BARM Electoral Code. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Noted.
The next one is...
As instructed, I have to say thank you to the proponent.
And what was that?
Thank you for the acceptance of my proposal.
Noted.
Article
Secretariat, please take note.
Mr. Speaker, the next one is on Article 174, again from MP Ampatuan, and I'm waiting for a thank you after this. To insert instead replace the second paragraph with the Bangsamoro government through the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management may formulate its own guidelines to be approved by the Chief Minister. And an inclusion of the title performance-based bonus. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
That is the last of the less contentious.
MP.
That is the last of the less contentious proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker. There are still more with multiple proponents per article. And Mr. Speaker, if I may pass on the floor to MP, the Deputy Majority Leader, MP Raisa Jajuri.
The Deputy Majority Floor Leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. We will proceed, Mr. Speaker, to provisions where there are multiple proposals coming from different members of the Parliament. So one is on Article 9, where MP Raul Ismael proposes to add the word unique after the word other in paragraph 3 and qualifying that by saying that these positions may be created by the Bangsamoro Parliament and approved by the Commission as belonging to career service, including but not limited to Director General. So there's a paraphrasing of paragraph 3, Mr. Speaker.
You accept or reject?
We do not accept, Mr. Speaker, because our proposal is to delete the whole paragraph altogether so that we are only left with open positions, closed positions, and then 2 or 3 other enumeration, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
Next slide, please. Sorry, I jumped the gun. This is the other proposal coming from MP Ampatuan. And as we mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, we do not accept because now we are proposing that the whole paragraph be deleted. Next.
The whole paragraph is being deleted.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. As proposed by the next proponent of the amendment, MP Alamia, which is to delete the whole paragraph. So this one we accept, Mr. Speaker.
Noted.
And renumbering number 4 to number 3.
So noted. Secretariat,
Speaker,
please take note.
Mr. Speaker, I think on Article 9, Mr. Speaker, I have other formulation, Mr. Speaker. Not on the item 3, but on the earlier provision.
Maybe it's in the other slides, Mr. Speaker.
The previous slide.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, let me just clarify our acceptance of MP Alamia's proposal.
Yes.
It is accepted insofar as the deletion of paragraph 3, but with respect to the opening paragraph, where the proposal is to delete the phrase but does not apply to appointments to positions which are policy which are policy determining, primarily confidential and highly technical. We do not accept insofar as that portion of the provision is concerned, Mr.
So
Speaker.
you do not agree to the deletion?
Yes, partial acceptance of the proposal. So the first part, we do not agree to the deletion, but for the deletion of paragraph 3, we accept, Mr. Speaker.
So you do not agree with the deletion in the first paragraph?
Yes.
Will you agree to the deletion in paragraph 3?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I have other formulation actually on Article 9. Mr. Speaker.
Maybe we can move to the next slide. Maybe it's there. Can we?
No,
Yes.
actually, prior to MP Alamia's, yan, sa taas. Sana yan.
Yan. Can you go up yung previous slide?
Yeah, actually, my formulation is the enumeration of the three, and the last sentence explains the not application of appointments to the positions which are policy determining primarily confidential or highly technical. Meaning, we have to enumerate the three first, then we put the non-application provision. We enumerate first. Yeah, we enumerate first the 1, 2, 3. Then we say this does not apply to appointments to positions which are policy determining, primary confidential, or highly technical. In terms of sequencing, only Mr. Speaker.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, we accept.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Secretariat,
Speaker.
please take note.
We will just insert that later.
Please proceed.
Yes, can we now go to the next slide? Next slide. I think we already discussed this. Next slide. Yan po. So that's the revision. We also propose the inclusion of the phrase with original charter under the new paragraph 3 after the word corporation, Mr. Speaker.
Can you please add S to the word corporation? Corporation.
Okay. Can we now proceed, Mr. Speaker, to the next slide?
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker.
The Minority Floor Leader, what is your point of clarification?
First, I'd like to thank the proponent for accepting the proposed amendment that I've made. I would just like to be clarified. If we can go back to the, it's okay. In this particular slide, which will not be the first paragraph, with respect to the phrase, but does not apply to appointments to positions which are policy determining, primarily confidential or highly technical, which will now be placed at the last portion of Article 9 as a separate sentence, a separate paragraph. May I be clarified, what are these positions that are, how do we treat positions that are policy determining, primarily confidential, or highly technical? Are they career service or non-career service, Mr. Speaker? I asked the same question in the last interpretation, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to be clarified on this.
Mr. Speaker, I think the exclusion is really to clarify that these are non-career positions and they are thus excluded from the requirements precisely because they are non-career, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In that case, that is the reason why I propose for the removal of this phrase and including that in the definition of non-career service, which is already there, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I think in the next article, Article 10, if the proponent open to that, Mr. Speaker.
I think there is no danger in mentioning also that, I mean, repeating that phrase, at least somewhere in this proposed code. So you may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The Minority Floor Leader, unless you have other observations, we will now proceed so that we can finish this work today.
Considering that, Mr. Speaker, then I manifest my objection to the rejection to my amendment on this particular phrase, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
May we proceed, Mr. Speaker?
You may proceed.
Can we go to the next slide? Let me just check. Okay. Okay, Mr. Speaker, this is article, sorry, go up, please. Article 26 regarding procedures in the preparation of appointments. There was under paragraph A, the appointment form is prepared in 4 original copies. But in the succeeding paragraph, can we go to the next slide? Number 8, the number of original copies is provided as 3. So the amendment of MP Makasalong, Mr. Speaker, is to conform with the number provided in paragraph A, so that it will not read 3 original copies, but 4 original copies. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note. Proceed.
I think that's already covered. Still on Article 26, but this time coming from MP Ampatuan. There's a proposal to include a sentence that reads, if applicable, all appointees should be screened and evaluated by the BPSB, whose composition is provided in Article 127. So, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendment is to correlate this provision to Article 127, which provides for the composition of the BPSB. We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretariat is directed to take note. Please proceed.
Okay, so that's the revision.
Secretariat, please proceed.
Next. Okay, so we now go to the Sharia bar eligibility, one of the more contentious provisions. We have several proposed amendments coming from first MP Tago. His proposal reads this way. Upon recommendation of the Bangsamoro Parliament, the Civil Service Commission may promulgate rules that all Sharia bar passers are qualified for second and third level positions provided they attain all other requirements as provided by the Civil Service Commission. And then retaining the third paragraph, Mr. Speaker. We do not accept the proposal. First, it refers to third level positions, and we have our position that there is no third level. There are no third level positions in the BARM.
There are no more third level positions in the BARM.
And secondly, that our proposal is for the Bangsamoro Civil Service Commission, Bangsamoro Civil Service Code, to provide for the eligibility and no longer and not to wait for the commission to promulgate the rules, Mr. Speaker. Can I go through the other proposals, Mr. Speaker, before MP Tago raises his
Yes, you may proceed.
objection?
We will recognize
Because-
MP Tago later.
Because our proposal might be acceptable to him. Let's wait first, Mr. Speaker. So can we go to the next proposal? This time coming from MP Ampatuan. The proposal is to take out the reference to the date when the 13th Sharia bar examinations were held, and then to take out the whole second paragraph, thereby allowing Sharia bar Sharia examiners from the 13th Sharia bar examinations to be considered as eligible for first and second level positions, subject to certain exceptions as provided. and then to retain the third paragraph. Our proposal, Mr. Speaker, is not to accept this amendment. And we will present later another proposal, a revision. So can we go to the next slide? This time from MP Rimbang. Okay. So the proposal, ang proposal, sir, Mr. Speaker,
Quiet.
is to include the phrase shall be considered as an eligibility appropriate for before the word appointment in the first paragraph. And then for the second paragraph, the proposal is to change the language so that it reads this way. The granting of eligibility for appointment to first and second level positions of Sharia bar passers, are predicated on the acquired vested right and equal protection clause, provided, however, that the Sharia bar passers must provide documentary proof that he or she is a bona fide college graduate when he or she took the Sharia bar examinations pursuant to CSC and Bank Decision Number 1294 promulgated on February 1, 2012. And then adopting the same language for the third paragraph, Mr. Speaker. So it's partially accepted because, Mr. Speaker, our proposal is in the next slide. Ay, hindi pa pala. Sorry. Another one is, next slide. The next slide is about the proposal of MP Mitmog, which amends the first paragraph by saying that there is no reference now to which Sharia bar examinations would be considered. So all bar examinations are covered, and that those who pass these examinations shall be eligible for first and second level positions, and that but there's a proviso that the bar passer is a graduate of a 4-year degree course when he or she took the bar examinations, Mr. Speaker. So ito na po ang final slide covering the proposals coming from the different MPs. Can you go to
Final
the
formulation before I recognize MP Tago.
next slide is our proposal. So in this proposal, Mr. Speaker, there is no reference to what year the passer took the bar, but the important factor is whether they graduated or they finished a 4-year degree, a 4-year college course. If they did, Mr. Speaker, upon the date of when they took the bar examination, they will be eligible for first and second level position. But if they did not have that college degree when they took the bar examinations, they will be eligible for first level positions, Mr. Speaker. So that's the proposal. Should I still read it? Passing the Sharia bar shall be considered as an eligibility appropriate for appointment to first and second level positions, except for positions covered by bar board special laws and or those that require other special eligibilities as may be determined by the Commission, or those that require licenses, such as those positions listed under Category 4 of Civil Service Commission MC number 11, series of 1996 as amended, provided that they are college degree holders at the time they took the bar, provided further that they should likewise have completed a seminar on Islamic law and jurisprudence required and authorized by the Supreme Court, and provided finally that the seminar need not be completed if the college degree on Islamic law was attained at a recognized institution of learning in the Philippines or in other countries. In the case of the latter, the institution must be duly recognized by its government. For Sharia bar passers who do not have college degrees, when they took the bar examinations, the eligibility shall be for appointment to first level positions. And then we adopt the same language for the third paragraph, Mr. Speaker. So that's the proposal,
Before
Mr.
I state
Speaker.
my note, to take note of it, may I listen to the gentleman from Mashu?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the indulgence of the proponent of the mission with regards to the eligibility of the Sharia bar passers, with due respect to them, I go with the amendment as submitted by the previous Speaker of the Assembly, MP Russell Mitbog, kasi mas brief yun. Dito kasi yung with due respect sa proponent, ang daming provided until provided finally kasi nagkakagulo diyan sa seminar na yan. So, yan ang mga tanong ko, Mr. Speaker. Yung seminar ba ay kailangan authorized ng Supreme Court of the Philippines? Pangalawa, yung pangalawang provided finally na recognized in other countries. In other words, Mr. Speaker, dapat ang qualification lang, Sharia bar passer ka, 4 years college graduate ka, at you have sufficient knowledge of Islamic law and jurisprudence. Yun lang, dapat sana ang requirements lang. That's why I go with the amendment as proposed by my fellow Paniero, MP Russell Mitmug, for that provision, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang position ko, Mr. Speaker.
The proposed amendment, the amendment made by the proponent is duly noted. Please take note. Is that an objection already, MP Tago? Because we will subject this to a division of the House if you will object.
It is a partial objection.
It's a partial
because
objection.
there was a partial acceptance also. There is also a partial objection. This is in support to the amendment of...
So your version will be that for a
Mr.
while.
Speaker.
I will recognize Attorney Lorena later. I will just make it of record that
Nabiltan po, nabiltan.
Thank you,
yeah,
Mr. Speaker.
MP Tan, for a while. So you are joining the proposal of MP Mitmug. Are you objecting to the formulation, MP Mitmug? The current formulation by the proponent?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because from what I understood, the only problem is the 4 years course in college. They have the same exam.
So, Secretariat, please take note of the version by MP Mitmug. The Deputy Speaker first, Attorney Joe. I will recognize the Deputy Speaker. Please make it very brief.
We will give way to the very briefly, I support the proposal of MP Ras and the elucidation of the Deputy Majority Floor Leader, MP Popoy Tago. Make it simple, short, and easily understandable. Make it simple. But very substantive. So I support that kind of a formulation. Maybe we can have a conciliatory proposal and not anymore subject this to division of the House. Maybe you can pause for a while and let the proponent talk among themselves. That's just my suggestion, so you avoid dividing the House. That's just my
Attorney
point,
Lorena.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, duly noted, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also go with the shortening of the provision and making it simple. My understanding of the requirement for seminar is already complied by all passers because the Supreme Court will not allow you to take the special bar without undertaking that seminar. An additional provision such like is no longer necessary. It is surplusage. But the other objection that I have, there is no provision for those Sharia pastors who have been appointed to the judiciary already, to the Sharia courts. What if these judges failed to complete the 4-year requirement, but they have already been judges of the Sharia court? Can you not allow them an exception to the requirement of the 4-year course? The fact alone that they are already judges means that they have the equivalent of a 4-year degree course. So that is another injection to the formulation. But I support MP Rasul Mitbog proposal and MP Tago, joined by Deputy Speaker, that we can remove all those colatilia, because the problem of many colatilia is there are more problems in that kind of a formulation than helping all of us give preference to our Sharia bar passer.
May I ask MP Joe, will the judges in the Sharia court apply for a first level or second level position in the bar?
Yes.
After retiring
Yes,
from being a judge?
there are judges outside of the bar who may want to come to the bar, but they're already judges, sacrificing their position as judges in Davao or in other area not in bar, and may want to occupy a position that requires knowledge of Sharia in the bar. So they should be given the entitlement as former members of the bench.
You're saying that after serving as a judge, they will come here to apply as
that is because they
director of position?
Yes, because the motivation is not just the salary. The motivation is how to help the bar, because these are also Bangsamoro people. Thank you.
Noted.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr.
Minority Floor Leader, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a point of clarification to help me understand, Mr. Speaker. I joined Deputy Minority Floor Leader MP Rasmit Mug and MP Jo Lorena and MP Popoy Tago with respect to the shortened version of Article 121. My point of clarification, Mr. Speaker, passing the Sharia bar is within the jurisdiction. The eligibility for the Sharia bar examinations is within the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court determines who are those who are qualified to take the bar exams and who are those qualified to pass the bar exams. And so if we add this proviso, provided that said seminar need not be completed if the college degree on Islamic law was attained at the recognized institution, etc. Are we adding a requirement, Mr. Speaker, that is not included in the requirements of the Supreme Court with respect to Sharia bar? Because in the Sharia bar examinations, passing it would require only what has been mentioned by MP Rasmit Mugin's proposal. There is a need for them to be college degree holders, and they took the seminar on Islamic law and jurisprudence required and authorized by the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me explain why it is lengthy.
Can you please raise your microphone?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let me explain why the provision is lengthy. It is actually based on Supreme Court Bar Matter number 2716, issued on July 14, 2014, where the Supreme Court laid down certain conditions. And here they clarified that if you are a college degree holder and your degree is not on Islamic law and jurisprudence, there's a requirement for you to complete a seminar on Islamic law and jurisprudence. That's why it does not appear in the other proposals, but we've included
So that
it here.
is a bar matter.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And that if you have your college degree is on Islamic law and jurisprudence, then there's no need for you to take that seminar, but it requires you to show that your learning institution, your Islamic institution, or where you graduated from, is recognized by the government, if it's foreign, by the foreign government, or by the Philippine government, if it's a local institution. And then, and lastly, ano pa ba?
So this is already a shortcut of the bar matter.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So that's the reason why we use the language of the bar matter is also to show the Civil Service Commission that you may have a different rule from the ora, but it is based on the same document on which the commission used in the promulgation of their rules on Sharia bar eligibility. That's the main purpose, Mr. Speaker. And also, we are providing these provisos because these are requirements for the eligibility, Mr. Speaker. Not necessarily for taking the bar, which is a matter within the ambit of, within the jurisdiction of
To
the
enter the
Supreme Court.
bureaucracy.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of clarification.
What is your point of clarification?
Considering that, Mr. Speaker, this means that to be able to be eligible to first and second level positions, number one is that you should have passed the Sharia bar exams. And then second, you should have a college degree at the time that you took the bar. Third, you should have completed the seminar on Islamic law and jurisprudence as required by the Supreme Court. And fifth, if you did not, which is an exception, if you did not complete that seminar, but you were able to take the Sharia bar, meaning Sharia bar passer ka pa rin, then you need not complete the seminar. You need to have graduated from a college degree on Islamic law. And in this case, then, if you do not have a college degree, then you are eligible only to first level positions. Is that summary correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That's the gist
Yeah, according
of
to the
provision.
proponent, the summary is correct. So if we
Thank you,
write
Mr.
the entire bar matter, this would be a kilometric provision. So meaning the current formulation is already a
The
shortened
shortened
version of the bar matter.
Yes, Mr.
So
Speaker.
this is technically a short version. Yung sinasabi natin kanina na short na version yung proposal ni MP Tago, this is also a shortened version of the bar matter. MP
Yes,
Tago,
Mr.
you
Speaker.
are recognized.
For information lang, in taking the Sharia bar exams, the seminar or training is being conducted before by the Operation Muslim Affairs, now the National Commission Muslim Filipinos. Nobody can take the Sharia bar exam without a certificate coming from the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos. Mayroon 40 days training yan. 40 days or 45 if I'm not mistaken. 40 days or 45 days. 45 days. So you cannot take the Sharia bar. So may concern lang ako, dapat alisin na yung mga seminars kasi you cannot take the Sharia bar exam without a certification for that training. Nandun na, nakatouch na doon. You cannot take the Sharia. Yun lang ang information ko. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, sa BUL natin, in the next succeeding Sharia bar exam yata, nilagay din yata na tayo mag-administer or supervise in the seminar for Sharia bar candidates.
We can ask the
yun lang.
Supreme Court to allow us to administer the seminars.
So yes. So pwede natin, with your respect, pwede natin iporgo yan kasi naka-attach na doon sa pag-take mo ng Sharia bar exam. Yun lang. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted. So are you now withdrawing your objections and go on with this provision?
Minus the training.
Mr. Speaker.
Minus the provided finally, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we will
to simplify the
1 minute suspension.
Kasi nakatouch na yun. Magaling yun. Nakatouch na yun eh. When you take the
The proponents have a conciliatory provision.
Mr. Speaker.
May I recognize MP Maysara first?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I understand that we are already in the process of concluding the provision on Article 121. However, as already instructed, I submitted my own also proposed provision, which was not read on the floor. May I be allowed to read also my proposed amendment, or the majority floor leader?
Yes, I will give you the opportunity to read on the same subject matter.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
This has been submitted already to the proponent.
Yes, last week pa, no Friday. Thursday last week.
May I ask the proponent first? The proponents, MP Maysara, submitted a similar formulation on this matter.
Well, we apologize, Mr. Speaker, if that, I think it is here. Kasama ba yun sa slide? Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry if she submitted earlier, and if we were not able to include it. But we're ready to listen, Mr. Speaker.
We allow her to read because she is entitled also to be part of the conciliatory provision on the matter. Yes, you may now proceed to read your proposed amendment.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the on Article 121, as of today's 121, our provision states that Sharia bar eligibility. Sharia counselors who have passed the Sharia bar examination shall be considered as qualified for appointment to second-level positions, provided that the latter possesses the education, experience, training, and qualification standards fit for the position, period. For purposes of appointment, passers of the Sharia bar examination shall be required to submit an authenticated copy of his or her certificate of membership in the Sharia bar issued by the Supreme Court.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we appreciate the initiative to have a new formulation. However, Mr. Speaker, I think there's an important point that should be reflected in the language, and that is the whether the Sharia bar passer has a college degree or not at the time that he or she took the bar. Because in our proposal, Mr. Speaker, which is still based on the Supreme Court Supreme Court bar matter, as well as in Ora Ora, that if you took the examination, if you are a college degree holder when you took the examination, your eligibility will be for first and second level positions. But if you did not have a college degree during the time that you took the bar examinations, the eligibility is only for first level. So there's no differentiation here. And our proposal, Mr. Speaker, can we go back to our slide earlier?
But there is a similar provision here in the second paragraph which can be also adopted by the proponent.
So, Mr. Speaker, our proposal is to delete the provided further up to government in the first paragraph. So the first provided will be retained, but the second provided, proviso, which starts with provided further, yun pong hinighlight. Alisin na po because these may be requirements for the taking the Sharia bar exams. So we did not put it there. However, we would also want to make an additional amendment to the third paragraph so that we include the submission of proof that the person applying for a position will submit a proof of the college degree, because that is material, whether he or she is qualified for or is eligible for first level only or up to the second level.
Mr. Speaker,
Okay, I will
Sorry.
recognize MP Maisara.
Mr. Speaker, because the language as proposed by this representation is quite straight to the point and does not have any ambiguity, does not offer any, it's unequivocal, it's categorical, it's straightforward, such that it does not confuse the one who interprets this or implements this provision. Compared to the language there, seems convoluted to me. This is very clear, straightforward. Sharia bar eligibility. Sharia counselors who have passed the Sharia bar exam shall be considered qualified for appointment for second level positions. It's very straightforward.
Mr. Speaker, I think we cannot do away with the exception provided in the first paragraph because there may be positions that may still not be uh, applicable or cannot be offered to a Sharia bar examining passer if that position, for example, Mr. Speaker, is covered by other requirements provided by special laws. For example, if the position requires that you be a regular lawyer, then you cannot use your Sharia bar, you're passing the Sharia bar as an argument for your eligibility. That's why
Mr. Speaker.
even if it's lengthy, there's that exception, Mr.
Speaker.
Speaker.
1 minute suspension.
Yeah.
Apat na lang? Mr. Speaker,
You may now proceed.
yes, Mr. Speaker, for the third paragraph, which is similar to the one being flashed, a second paragraph there, we would like to also add a sentence saying that proof of attainment of college degree at the time of taking the Sharia bar shall likewise be submitted for those seeking appointment in second level positions. Because as we said, we make a distinction whether you're a college degree holder or not. If you're a college degree, you can go up to the second level positions. So there's need to provide proof of that college degree, Mr. Speaker.
I will ask MP Maysara, what is now your position? Are you withdrawing your
Mr. Speaker,
any
I
proposed
was
amendment
looking
or what?
for a conciliatory provision wherein this will capture the essence of this proposed amendment that is more straightforward, less convoluted, and I think it is really for the interest of the Sharia counselors.
So we now take note of the new formulation presented by the proponents.
Can
And
I read it?
this will now be a conciliatory provision combining all the proposals coming from MP Mitmug, from the proponents, MP Tago, Attorney Lorena, MP Nabiltan, and MP Maysara Damdamon Latif.
And MP Rimbang, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. And who?
Rimbang.
Yes, MP
Sultan
Rimbang
Rimbang.
likewise, Mr. So we note, the Secretariat, please take note. We will proceed.
Okay, so next slide.
Thank you, Sir Speaker. Thank you sa proponent. Thank you sa Member of Parliament. Mabuhay kayo, Bangsamoro. Sana maka-sting kayo, inshallah. Para tuloy-tuloy ang kaligayahan sa Bangsamoro. Pagtulong natin, inshallah. Inshallah. My next...
Next slide, Mr. Speaker, is on third level eligibility. And the proposal in relation to Article 113
Please keep quiet.
Coming from MP Latif, Mr. Speaker, reads this way: the Bangsamoro Career Service Board. There is hereby created a Bangsamoro Career Executive Service Board which shall coordinate with the Development Academy of the Bangsamoro for the institutionalization of development, maintenance, and administration of the Career Executive Service System in the Bangsamoro in order to adhere to merit and fitness in the civil service, ensure continuity and stability in the Bangsamoro bureaucracy, professionalize career development of the executive and managerial component of governance, protect security of tenure of career executive and managers and eligible. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept our proposal. I think, as earlier explained, is to delete Article 113 altogether.
Mr. Speaker, may I know, because that provision as formulated by this representation says Article 113, Bangsamoro Career Executive Service Board. It does not even mention third level eligibility. So may I know, Mr. Speaker, why would they not consider an equivalent CES board, which is a Bangsamoro Executive Service Board, to train our managerial as well as our
The
executives?
proponents have stated they are already deleting the entire provision of Article 113.
May I know the wisdom, Mr. Speaker?
Now, if you object to this, because we will try to follow the process. A while ago, all of those proposals which have been objected are listed.
Mr.
We
Speaker.
will divide the House later.
Mr. Speaker, I do not want to divide the House. I just want to know the wisdom why we cannot have our own CES board when in fact, under the Bangsamoro Organic Law, the powers to improve our stability, our continuity, and also the professional and career development of our executive and managerial positions are in the power and authority of the Bangsamoro government. So much so that we can establish a Bangsamoro Career Executive Service Board and not depend on the national government to train our professionals. That's the reason why I'm asking, what is the wisdom in deleting this?
Mr. Speaker,
the 1 minute suspension. currently on overtime. We need to hasten the completion of the period of amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
yes, Mr. Speaker, I would just like, it's already Maghrib, Mr. Speaker. So I would just like to have an assurance from the government of the day, represented herein by the majority floor leader, that there will be an equivalent career executive service board, or if not, what is the equivalent office that can take care of our managers and executives, especially their professional needs and development.
Yes. The proponents, please give a clear answer on this.
Yes, if the question, Mr. Speaker, is what is the counterpart institution or agency in the Bangsamoro, it's actually there. It's the Development Academy of the Bangsamoro, Mr. Speaker. And we have mentioned in another provision that they shall provide technical trainings to second level positions with executive and or managerial functions, Mr. Speaker. So that covers the highest echelon of the bureaucracy.
I think for now you have to live with the answer, MB
Yes, Mr.
Maitara.
Speaker. As long as I am assured, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a dedicated office similar to the functions of the Career Executive Service Board, whatever formulation word that you may call that office, I am amenable, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Proceed,
Speaker.
MP.
Can we go to the next? So this one, Mr. Speaker, is from MP Musa.
We 15-minute break for Maghrib prayer. I invoke everybody to come back at 6:15.
Uh, Mr. Speaker, maybe see the next slide. So this is still on Article 113, Mr. Speaker, and the proposal of MP Musa is to change the phrase law or existing jurisprudence by the Parliament. As I mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, our proposal is to delete Article 113 altogether, and therefore our position on this proposal is not to accept it.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
Hello.
MP Jamla, you are saying something?
Yes, sir. Because one of the suggested or proposed amendment to Article 113 is coming from the MP.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, it was.
Okay,
it was not accepted by the proponent.
Well, I'll just explain why I read that amendment.
You
Will I
have
be
1 minute. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, sir. The proposed amendment to Article 113, third level eligibility. The requirement of career executive service eligibility shall not apply to third level position in the BARM unless otherwise provided by the Parliament. The rationale is that the appointing authority of the third level position in the BARM is not the President of the Republic. Hence, the requirement for executive eligibility may be dispensed with. The Constitution recognizes the existence of the BARM as an autonomous entity under the law. There are third-level positions therein which are to be filled up by Chief Minister as appointing authority. Thus, the requirement of executive eligibility may be dispensed with. Third, if the Constitution does not include, then we must not include. The Constitution provides that the third-level position shall be those appointed by the President. Thus, the third-level position appointed by the Chief Minister are not those referred to in the Constitution, which mandatorily require executive eligibility. The proposed amendment to Article 113 is to my opinion, including the power of the Parliament to enact. Otherwise, there is no use of giving the power to Parliament of the BARM, Civil Service Law. Number 5, if the Parliament cannot do away the requirement of executive eligibility in the BARM, then it is as if we are of the view that the appointment of the BARM third level position extended by Chief Minister, not by the President of the Republic, is illegal and unconstitutional. There is a presumption that whatever law Parliament enacted is constitutional. Thus, let us enjoy that presumption, which is favorably to the interests of the BARM and its constituents. Number 7, the Parliament cannot meet an exception, includes the Philippine General Law and existing jurisprudence because it does not follow. Law and jurisprudence enacted for general purposes and not specifically to apply to autonomous government shall not apply if they contradict a BARM law. Thus, the exception clause is unless otherwise provided by the Parliament. The law and existing jurisprudence do not mean to include and cover third-level position in the BARM. After all, that is only my suggestion, Mr. Speaker, and the author may consider or may not consider. But I have given my position. Thank you.
Duly noted. However, the proposed amendment has not been accepted. The Secretariat, please take note. MP Maysara, you proceed.
Maysara?
MP Raisa, rather.
Yes. Next slide, Mr. Speaker. It's still on Article 113, except that MP Tago used, I think, an older version and refers to it as Article 109. For the same reason, Mr. Speaker, since we want to delete the whole provision, we do not accept the proposal.
And noted, the Secretariat, please take note. Please proceed.
Okay, next slide is on 113. The proposal, Mr. Speaker, is to delete 113, and that's why it says there that we partially accept. But proposal of MP Ampatuan is to delete it in 113, but to put it in Article 10. And that part we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted. Secretariat, please take note. Please proceed.
Okay. For the same provision, Mr. Speaker, we accept the proposal of MP Alamia to delete Article 113.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
So we go to Article 199, Mr. Speaker. There's a proposal coming from MP Ismael to add a third paragraph to Article 199 on working hours. And it will read this way: in the exigency of service, working hours may also be altered to include Saturdays and Sundays, provided that employees who work on such days may choose a compensatory day off during weekdays, provided that Saturdays and Sundays are regular work days and not cases of overtime. And there's reference to Civil Service Memorandum Circular number 25, series of 2019, Mr. Speaker. We accept.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
Regarding the same provision, Mr. Speaker, there's a proposal coming from MP Tago in relation to paragraph 2 to add a phrase which reads this way: except on Fridays, where the office hours for Muslim employees may be from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. We accept with some revisions, Mr. Speaker, which will be shown later. Next slide,
Noted.
please.
Secretariat, please take note.
So this is the revision. So we adopt the additional phrase, except on Fridays. Maybe we should put S after in the word Friday, where office hours for Muslim employees may be from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. The revision, Mr. Speaker, is the additional sentence which reads this way: during the month of Ramadan, the latter may likewise report from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. without break.
The Deputy Speaker Adjong is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a short inquiry. I believe there's already the office hour can be adjusted. I think there's already a ruling on that.
Can you please raise your microphone?
There's already, Mr. Speaker, an adjustable time frame as to offering of our services in the office. As long as you cover the 8-hour mandatory daily office hours, an employee can enter the office at maybe around 8 a.m. and then finish all his works or her works within 8 hours. So that would depend on the time that the employee enters the office and reports to the office. So there's no specific, I guess there's no specific required time to report to the office for as long as you cover the 8-hour daily working hours for the bureaucracy, for the offices. So I think that's already how the government bureaucracy are now operating. Just a part of maybe a next manifestation, Mr. Speaker, for the proponent to contemplate on, Mr. Speaker.
What is the pleasure of the proponent?
This is already, Mr. Speaker, a regular, I think, day-to-day office of operation of all government bureaucracies.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think we base the amendments on Civil Service Commission circulars providing a special arrangement for Muslims, and we just reflected that in the provision, Mr. Speaker.
So this is a civil service circular.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, based on
This is the
circulars.
current civil service. This is allowed in currently allowed by civil service. 1 minute suspension.
Mr. Speaker, may I correct myself with respect to the working hours during the month of Ramadan? I think the Civil Service Commission Resolution 81-1277 dated November 13, 1981 states that the working hours may be modified so that it becomes 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. without noon break, and the difference of 2 hours is not counted as undertime. I propose, Mr. Speaker, that we reflect that same language in the provision.
So we take note of that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, without lunch break, without noon break, and the difference of 2 hours is not counted as undertime. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, we can include that in the final version. But that is the manifestation.
What is to be included?
It says 7:30 to 3:30 p.m. without noon break, and the difference of 2 hours is not counted as undertime, Mr. Speaker.
And the difference of 2 hours is not counted
as undertime.
As undertime. Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
Can
Proceed.
Can we now go to the next slide? Okay, this is Article 305, and the proposal is first to include a title. I think that's the only amendment. This comes from MP Makasalong, since the article does not have a title, unlike all other provisions. So the title is being proposed is Alternative Work Arrangements. And this covers cases of pandemics or other similar situations, Mr. Speaker, where we are allowed to have alternative work arrangements, including work from homes, having a skeleton workforce, 4-day work week. So just to include the title, that's the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Is
And
the
we
title
accept.
is the title proper?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it talks about adopting alternative work arrangements based on the situation mentioned in the article. And it enumerates what are these alternative work arrangements. Like work from home, skeleton workforce, 4-day work week, staggered working hours, and other human resource actions.
Noted. The Secretariat, please take note.
So next slide, please.
Next slide.
In the same article, Mr. Speaker, and this is a proposal coming from MP Macaraya. This is also about the observance of a modified work time for Muslims on Fridays. So we do not accept this because we've already covered that in the previous provisions, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note.
Next slide, please. So this one is on the Mujahideen and Mujahidat, which comes under transitory provisions. Article 306, the first proposed amendment comes from MP Dipatuan, and the amendment is to clarify that the appointment shall be renewable throughout the duration of the transition period, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I think the slide does not reflect the position because we do not accept the proposal. In fact, we do away with the limitation of the duration of the transition period, meaning that the renewal may happen beyond the transition period, but the first appointment should be during the transition period, Mr.
The
Speaker.
first appointment should be during the transition period.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. But
After
renewal,
the transition period, this will no longer apply.
After the transition period, those who had been appointed may be renewed up to 3 more times, Mr. Speaker.
But if you
So
are
that may
appointed after the transition, this will
newly
not apply.
appointed, no longer, Mr.
This
Speaker.
provision for the Mujahideen will not apply.
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Speaker.
Sir Speaker, I think I have another provision that I propose. I do not
Yes,
see it in the
Mr.
screen.
Speaker, we will go to the other proposals.
Yes.
Can we
So this
show?
proposal of MP, the Honorable Dipatuan, has not been accepted.
No, Mr. Speaker, as we
Secretariat,
mentioned.
please take note. Yeah, you proceed with the next.
Okay, for the next slide, the proposal comes from MP. Next slide, please. I think MP Tago. Can we play the slide so I can read it? Pwedeng palakihin po. Okay, so the amendment is on first in the first paragraph, and this one would include the immediate family of the Mujahideen or Mujahidat in recognition of their sacrifice or the contribution of the Mujahideen or Mujahidat or their immediate family. That's the gist of the first paragraph. But it also says that the Mujahideen Mujahidat may be appointed to position any vacant plantilla position in the Bangsamoro government without appropriate civil service eligibility. Okay, provided that they possess appropriate educational qualification, regardless of the presence of applicants who are civil service eligibles. The other amendment is on paragraph 2, where the appointment should be done during the transition period, but it should not exceed 3 years from the approval of this code. Okay. And that the appointments should be permanent positions to may be attested permanent. Okay. So can we go to the next slide because it's still from MP Tago. The third paragraph also mentions the inclusion of the immediate family to qualify under this provision. And the last paragraph being amended, or I think this is a new paragraph, is to, and this one is to provide a definition of immediate family for the purpose of this provision. So this should cover the wife, the husband, sons, daughters, grandsons, or granddaughters of the Mujahideen Mujahidat. Mr. Speaker, we do not accept the proposal. And we believe that the central committees of the MILF and MNLF can have leeway in defining who the Mujahideen and Mujahidat who may qualify and who they will endorse to the Bangsamoro government. So we go to the
Noted.
next.
The Secretariat, please take note. MP Tago, you're raising your hand.
Okay.
Please
Thank
make
you.
it very brief.
Very brief, Mr. Speaker. Konting explanation lang. Why I propose this, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the BARM is a newly established political entity. And the reason that the BARM was established is because of our Mujahideen and Mujahidat. And as a special recognition for the sacrifices and the contribution of the Mujahideen or Mujahidat for the attainment of peace in the Bangsamoro land, we should give them due recognition. First, we should not limit their qualification to the first level position. Secondly, we should not limit them to Mujahideen or Mujahidat because supposing they are not around, so we can extend favor to those who already made sacrifices, their immediate family. And third, Mr. Speaker, we should not limit them that the uh, appointment of the Mujahideen or Mujahidat is during the limited period and on a temporary basis. It must be permanent. Kasi the basic reason and logic, Mr. Speaker, i-appoint mo sila for a period of this. After a few years or months, tatanggalin mo rin. Mas lalong kawawa, Mr. Speaker. So, I beg the courtesy and the indulgence of my colleagues na itong provision nito, ipaglaban natin. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted.
Okay, we move on to the next proponent amendment, which comes from MP Latif. And this is the proposal is to delete the phrase during the transition period. And we accept the provision, Mr. Speaker. In fact, well, we accept that and we have some revisions, particularly okay. Okay, can we just show the next slide? so that we can see the hindi pa pala. So the other proposal comes from MP Mujahid in reference to Article 306. The proposal is to amend the paragraph regarding the appointments, the period during which the appointments can be made. And it says that the renewal of the appointments can go up to the end of the exit agreement, Mr. Speaker. We
Mr.
do not
Speaker.
accept. We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
You do not accept. Noted.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Mujahid, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My purpose for having this kind of amendment, Mr. Speaker, as pointed out by MP Paisalintago, our presence is due to the sacrifices that our brothers Mujahideen and sisters Mujahidat that they have shedded their blood and sacrifices their life. Parang nakakahiya naman nang nakaupo po tayo, parang dinisregard po natin sila at binibigyan din po natin sila ng term sa kanilang pag-upo sa pag-participate nila sa Bangsamoro government. So sana naman Mr. Speaker, habang nandiyan pa po sila, why not giving them the privilege? Di ba dapat tayo magpapasalamat sa kanila? Hindi na po tayo kasali sa kanila. Isakripisyo natin ang buhay natin at ibuhos po natin ang dugo natin. So, mas karapat dapat po natin silang bigyan ng panahon na maisali po natin sila at hindi lamang po sapat sa akin yung tatlong taon ng pagbibigay natin sa kanilang ng chance na matikman nila o kaya at makakasali po sila sa Bangsamoro government. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I propose this kind of resolution. Ako po mismo ay nahihiya kapag ako ay nandyan, halimbawa, nandyan pa rin ako na sila ay natatanggal na po while I've been there or here in this position because of their sacrifices. So that's all my reason, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, let me just manifest also the reason
Please
why
state the
we
reason
cannot.
why you object.
But because, Mr. Speaker, there is no actual date. We do not know when the exit agreement will happen, will be signed. The civil service rules says that temporary appointments can be renewed only up to three times after the original appointment. So we're reflecting that, Mr. Speaker, in the provision.
Noted. Please proceed.
So we go to the next proponent on the same matter. MP Macaraya proposes that to include the phrase, and those who are college graduates may be hired for SG 15 and below. And for non-college graduates, I think that they can be appointed to SG 9 and below. Sorry, first level positions for non-college graduates. Wala. Okay, sorry.
You accept or not?
We do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. Secretariat, please take note. Please proceed.
Yes, next provision. So here is what we are proposing, considering all the proposals or proposed amendments. So now we say that in the first paragraph, it is clear that the Mujahidat may be appointed on a temporary basis or as temporary appointees to first level positions, which would be salary grade 9 and below, regardless of the presence of applicants who are civil service eligibles. The other condition is that or the condition is that appointees to these positions who are mujahideen mujahidat should not be more than 30% of the total number of the entry-level plantilla of the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker. And then the last paragraph, as we said, we are amenable to taking out during the transition period in that paragraph, and that we delete the last sentence that the hiring should be within the transition period, because in the next slide, can we move to the next slide? Wala na ba? Ay, wala. Wala nang next slide.
Any other?
Wait, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me clarify, sorry. We do not delete the last sentence. Can we go back to the last slide? Okay. We do not delete the last sentence, but we delete the phrase during the transition period.
The first phrase. Noted.
I think that's the last. This is the last slide, Mr. Speaker.
This is the last slide.
Yes.
So there are no more amendments?
We were reminded by MP Ampatuan about his amendment, her amendment to Article 168. And the amendment is for the deletion of the last paragraph.
So you accept it?
We accept, Mr. Speaker.
Noted. The Secretary General, please take note.
Speaker, I noticed that my amendment is not.
Yes, MP Maysara, you are recognized.
I noticed that my amendment again was not reflected, Mr. Speaker.
What?
I do not know why we submitted it to the Secretary General last week as per their instruction. I also have proposed amendment.
What provision?
On can the Secretary General show what I have submitted last week?
We apologize, Mr. Speaker, if we skip the proposal. Hindi, ibang provision. This is on Article 306, Mr. Speaker, or another proposal?
Article 113 and Article 10.
Article 10?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's in the custody of the Secretary General.
Again, we apologize, Mr. Speaker. It was
Article
inadvertence
10
on our
and
part.
113. Immediately when they instructed to submit, we submitted and complied.
10. Mr. Speaker, since this refers to career executive service and the requirement of career executive service eligibility, we do not accept, Mr. Speaker.
And also Article 113, Mr. Speaker.
Article 116.
113.
If that is
So
on the CES board.
So the proposed amendment on Article 10
sorry,
is
Mr.
not
Speaker.
accepted.
That was already discussed a while ago. There is the Article 10, Mr. Speaker. That's the one that is not mentioned. I apologize. It's only Article 10 that was not mentioned.
And they did not accept it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will.
So those are the
Noted.
amendments,
The
Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat is should take note. So it has been completed already?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, the Deputy Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker,
Adyong.
point of inquiry on matters of procedure. I believe there are quite a number of MPs who have registered their objection to the presentation, some of the slides, especially those amendments that have not been accepted by the proponent. How then can we go on with the deliberation since most of those who objected are not present, physically present in the plenary? May we ask the Secretariat if they are present in the Zoom, Mr. Speaker?
They manifested to me that
Online,
they
Mr.
are.
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, so that we can move this forward. Thank you.
But yeah, the process now is the period of amendment will be closed, and we will now be going into voting on the on the version of the proponents and on the objected and on the objections.
Yes, Mr.
We
Speaker.
will now vote on two versions. The version, yeah.
Point of clarification, Mr. Speaker.
May I finish what I'm saying here, Minority Floor Leader? I will give you the floor later.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
We will proceed with the voting as presented by the proponent of their of their version. The objections will be presented in a listing according to the names of the proponents, and all of their objections will be voted upon also. If the majority of the votes will be in favor of the uh, version of the proponent, then the version is approved and the objections will be permanently rejected. If the objections will prevail, the corresponding provisions will be amended, and those objections will be reflected in the version to be voted upon on the second reading. 1 minute suspension.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Session resumes. Colleagues, we will now proceed with the voting on the proposed amendments, proposed individual amendments that were rejected by the proponent. Now, I have here a list of 8 MPs who have made objections. The minority floor leader has made four objections referring to Article 20, what, 20, this is Article
24.
22?
24 yata.
24? This is referring to Article 24. Another proposed amendment is Article 10, then Article 168, then Article 9. The minority floor leader, do you insist on your proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, may we show the individual amendments, the individual objections to the amendments made by the proponent?
What do you mean, ma'am?
It's now being shown, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The first article. If I may proceed, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. You have 3 minutes to speak on your proposed amendment.
For all the, Mr. Speaker, for
Yes,
all the
in
amendments.
view of the limited time we have, I give you 3 minutes to discuss your proposed amendment. Anyway, we have done already with the period of interpellation. You have been given the floor a while ago, and we will give you 3 minutes to speak briefly and comprehensively on your proposed amendment.
Well, if the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker, would be able to show all of the slides that pertain to my objections, that would be very helpful, Mr. Speaker, when I discuss each of those proposed amendments within 3 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
I think you also have the lookout of doing that because you know personally your proposed amendment. We only have the list of the number of the articles that you have objected to. Likewise, the Secretariat does not have to.
The Secretariat, Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, is already showing the these are not my amendments, Mr. Speaker. I objected to the revision made by the proponent based on the proposed amendments that I have given and also other MPs have given. So the first one, Mr. Speaker, is on Article 24, appointments in the Bangsamoro Civil Service. The original article says appointments in the Bangsamoro Civil Service. So this came from the proponent, Mr. Speaker. And my objection is to the acceptance by the proponent of the amendment to amend the word civil and change that to career service, Mr. Speaker. I think the original proposal of the proponents themselves, would already suffice, Mr. Speaker. That's why I objected. So I am for the retention of the original version of the proponent, which is appointments in the Bangsamoro Civil Service that requires gender and ethnic balance and shall be made only according to merit and fitness to be determined as far as practicable by competitive examinations. And there are sufficient provisions that differentiate career position from non-career positions, Mr. Speaker. That's why I am for the word civil service instead of career service. May we go to the next?
Do you insist on that?
Yes, that's my objection, Mr. Speaker.
We will treat that as a proposed amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the next slide, Mr. Speaker, may I request the Secretariat to show? I think it's Article 10. Yes,
Article
Mr.
10.
Speaker.
Please show him.
I'd like
Article 10.
to. I'm very happy that the proponent has accepted my amendment. It's a lengthy amendment, Mr. Speaker, except that the last paragraph, can we go to the next slide, has been rejected. So in this particular proposed amendments, I have identified first level, second level, and then the second level was further divided into three positions so that it would be very clear where those will be handling executive managerial positions would be placed. And of course, I propose that the Article 113 be deleted because definitely we will not require third level eligibility for second level positions having executive managerial functions. It's in the last paragraph, Mr. Speaker. If we go to the next slide, please. Go back. I think yes. The last slide is supposed to, the last amendment is supposed to read that there is a third level position. There is a third paragraph, last paragraph, classification number 3, which is the third level shall cover positions in the career executive service. It doesn't say that we are going to come up, create plantilla positions on third level. It only describes what is a third level position. And it may or may not mean that there are third level positions in the Bangsamoro. It only says the third level shall cover positions in the career executive service, which of course we don't need to define because we know that these positions would eventually be appointed by the president if you want to be granted and become a CESO, an officer of CES. And then also with respect...
proceed now already to Article 168.
168, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
So just to finish this, Mr. Speaker, if I may, with all due respect, I am for the inclusion of letter C, which is the third level shall cover positions in the career executive service, which is just descriptive of what of the classifications of positions in the civil service. Can we go to the next, I think the final objection? That's not the one. Next slide. I think I'm okay with that already. Okay, under Article 184, this was already accepted and I already approved. I appreciate
yes,
the...
proceed,
yes.
Proceed Article 168.
168.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker, just I think a suggestion so that we may guide.
What's that, point of clarification or what?
Yes, a point of it's a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, just to guide the deliberation as we go along with the votation. May we ask the Secretariat to flash on the screen the articles that were mentioned by the Speaker
Yes.
Meaning there are quite number of amendments proposed by MP Alamia, and some of them were accepted.
Yes.
Only those articles that were objected to by the good minority leader shall be flashed on the screen, so that we will, if there's a need to divide the House, then we can deal with it piecemeal, meaning to say on the particular subject matter which was objected by a member of MMP. So if I may ask Mr. Speaker, that I guess 4 articles that were mentioned by the Speaker that were objected to by MP Alamia, we should go directly to those objected articles by the minority leader, Mr. Speaker, and vote on that if need be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Muna ako saglit lang.
1 minute suspension.
I agree with MP Zia's proposal.
Let's suspend.
Thank
Make
you,
it
Mr.
very brief.
Speaker.
We're running out of time.
Yes, this is the last one, Article 186, with respect to the word relative. I still stand by my position that it should be within the 4th degree of consanguinity or affinity pursuant to the local government code at the national level, and also pursuant to jurisprudence as found in the cases that have been filed in the Ombudsman and other relevant courts, Mr. Speaker. I move that we put these objections that I have made to vote, Mr. Speaker.
How about Article 9? Did you object to Article 9?
May we go to Article 9? I think I have already discussed that, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, we will divide the House on that matter. Those who are in favor of the proposed amendment of MP Alamia, please raise your hand.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, are we going to do a voting of all the amendments that I have made, that I have objected?
Yes, that is the process.
We will not be doing this one by one, Mr. Speaker.
You would like to do it one by one? Okay. It will be up to the body. Those who are in favor.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Please do not disrupt. We are already voting right now. Your point of
Point
order.
of order, Mr. Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, we must go through the provisions one by one. We can also check the rules. It says so.
The body right now, in the plenary right now, agrees to voting on per provision. One by one. Those who are in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 24, please raise your hand.
Mr. Speaker, may we ask also the Secretariat to flash the particular article?
This
Thank
one.
you. And to the
Those who are not in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Speaker, can we ask also those who are in the Zoom? Maybe we can have the plenary first, vote first, and
Yes,
then
I
after
will do that. Please.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Those who are, let's say, those who are not in favor, those who are in favor, please observe order here. Those who are, we will repeat, those who are in favor in the plenary of MP Alamia's proposed amendment, please raise your hand.
Ilagay man ito po may baba.
Those who are in the Zoom, who are in favor of MP Alamia's amendment, please raise your hand.
Count me in, please.
Okay. Those who are not in favor in the plenary, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, those who are not in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment, please raise your hand or enter your vote through the chat box. Do we now have a report on the vote?
Mr. Speaker, the result of the votations on the objections of MP Alamia is that we have favor 12, not in favor 26, with 2 abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Favor is 12. 26 not in favor.
Yeah.
2 abstain.
Yes.
With 12 votes in favor, 26 votes not in favor of the proposed amendment, 2 abstain. MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 24 is hereby rejected. We proceed to MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10 or Article 9.
Mr. Speaker, that's Article 10.
Article 10. We proceed to MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10. Those who are in favor, please raise your hand. In the plenary, those who are in favor, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, those who are in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10, please raise your hand.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Please do not disturb the voting. You cannot disturb the voting now.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to know what is the point of that we are going to vote, Mr. Speaker. For me, it's not clear.
Article 10.
So what is the amendment for?
Mr. Speaker, if I may, I think it's not the whole Article 10. It's letter C. If we go down, because that one has already been approved by the proponent. Letter C, which is third level position. It's not indicated there, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any problems with the rest of the provisions because these were approved. My amendment was approved by the proponent. It's the rejection is on paragraph C, which states that the third classification of position is...
Order. I said proposed amendment on Article 10. So it is already there. It's letter C.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, it is not there, Mr. Speaker. It is not shown by the Secretariat. They have removed it. And that is my objection, Mr. Speaker, to include letter C.
One minute suspension. we will now require those in the Zoom to vote. Those in the Zoom, those who are in favor, please raise your hand. Sorry, session resume. Those who are in the Zoom, please raise your hands if you are in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10. We go back to the plenary. Those who are not in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10, please raise your hand. Those who are not in favor. In the Zoom, those who are not in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10, please raise your hand. Do we now have a report on the voting on on MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10?
Mr. Speaker, the result of the voting on the Article 10, letter C. We have in favor total votes of 11. For not favor, total votes of 30, Mr. Speaker. And we have one abstain.
With respect to proposed amendment to Article 10, letter C, 11 are in favor, 30 are not in favor, 11 abstentions. Therefore, MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 10, letter C is hereby rejected. We now go to MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 186. Can you please show the slide? Those who are in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 186, please raise your hands. In the Zoom, those who are in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 186, please raise your hand or indicate your votes in the Zoom chat box. Those who are not in favor, please raise your hands. In the Zoom, please raise your hands. Those who are not in favor of MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 186. Secretary General, please render a report on the result of the votes.
Mr. Speaker, the result of the votations on Article 186 amendments of MP Alamia, for those in favor, we have a total vote of 10. For those who are not in favor, we have the total vote of 29 with one abstain vote, Mr. Speaker.
With respect to MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 186, 10 are in favor, 29 are not in favor, one abstention. Therefore, MP Alamia's proposed amendment to Article 186 is hereby rejected. We now proceed to the proposed amendment of MP Rasul Mitmug on Article 6, letter G. Please, the Deputy Minority Floor Leader is recognized.
Mr. Speaker.
Before, please, let's give
Mr.
MP.
Speaker, I've double-checked
Please let's give
provisions, as you
MP
said
Adyong,
earlier.
MP
And I verified
Bitbog.
that
I'm sorry.
actually
Please.
covered as a non-carrier position under the administrative code.
Please repeat what you said.
I verified the update that you provided earlier because you said that the only way to get an answer is whether it's a career or non-career is to question it. So I verified it and I realized that it's part of the admin code. So I'm no longer asking to vote for that, Mr. Speaker.
So you're withdrawing your objection.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because you provided the answer earlier.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, MP Mangudadato.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the good Deputy Speaker direct the Secretariat to flash a timer in compliance with the 3-minute rule, Mr. Speaker, so that for those who have proposed amendments, they can strictly follow the 3-minute rule.
Yes.
For us not to waste more time, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Duly noted. The Secretariat, please, if it is possible, please place a timer on the screen so that we will determine whether or not the proponent of the amendment complies with the 3-minute rule. MP Mitmog, we take note that you are already withdrawing your objection.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
We now proceed to MP Maysara Damdamon Latif's objection on the proposed amendment of MP Maysara Damdamon Latif on Article 12. Yes, MP Maysara, you have the floor. You have 3 minutes.
That's actually an objection. There was a effort a while ago to conciliate between the majority floor leader and I. So that is the compromise provision, Mr. Speaker, which we have actually agreed upon. If it will be flashed on the screen and
Can you please flash on the screen the
MP
compromise?
Raisa has said that it is okay kanina. She approached me a while ago.
Can you please flash
No
on the
need,
screen?
Mr. Speaker, to vote on that because they accepted that a while ago.
So this is already a compromise version?
Yes, and it was accepted a while ago.
Accepted already?
Yes, so no need to vote on this matter.
You're withdrawing your objection?
No, Mr. Speaker. This is the accepted provision that is a product of conciliation a while ago. It was accepted by the majority floor leader. So no need to vote. This is accepted already. No need to put it on the debate or on the floor.
So there is no more voting on this matter?
Yes, because that provision that is there in the yellow marker is already the accepted provision.
Noted. So 1-minute suspension. Session resumes. So we will not vote anymore on Article 12. The proponents have accepted the new formulation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You accept already
We accept the reformulated language for Article 12. Mr.
for
Speaker.
Article 12. Secretariat, please take note of that. We now proceed to MP Sheikh Al-Sad Sattar's proposed amendment, Article 36. You have 3 minutes, Sheikh Al-Sad.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, dalawa po. Article 6, yung sa definition of terms at saka sa Article 36.
Article
6
6
and Article 36 sa definition of terms.
definition of terms. What letter in letter C?
Letter R.
Letter R.
Opo.
Was that objection signified
Yes,
signified a while
kanina
ago?
po, Mr. Speaker.
Letter R.
Yung definition ng moral governance.
So Article 6 and 36.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the definition of moral governance, actually, it's just an enhancement of the definition. Kasi tinignan ko po, copy-paste lang yung definition. Sabi nga nila unang-una sa admin code. Pangalawa sa ibang definition ng good governance andoon din. At wala akong nakita na has something to do with Islamic element. Kaya yung dinagdag ko with the word with ihsan, with perfection, ang ibig po sabihin noon. As defined by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, an ta'budallaha ka'annaka tarahu fa in lam takun tarahu fa innahu yarak. If you are doing something, be sure that you are being seen by God. If you cannot see Him, surely He sees you. Parang ganun po. Para aware tayo lahat ng ginagawa po natin ay for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is my proposal, Mr. Speaker.
Now we will now go to divide the House with respect to MP. Do you still have something to say with Article 36?
Yes, on Article 36, ang counter proposal po kasi
1 minute suspension. Sorry. What is now the pleasure of the proponent of the amendment and the proponent of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Ang akin is, ang Madaris teachers natin, dapat ma-identify kasali sila doon sa sinasabi nating permanent, provisional, temporary, substitute at contractual.
That's
Iyon
article.
lang po ang sa
That
akin.
is article.
Article 36 po. Mr.
We
Speaker.
please we now we are still dealing with Article 6. What is now the pleasure of both the proponent of the proposed Bangsamoro Civil Service Code and the proponent of the amendment to Article 6?
To Article 6, letter R, Mr. Speaker, we accept the amendment reflecting that after justice, comma, we take out the word and then after integrity, we add the phrase and excellence, I open parenthesis, isan, and close parenthesis. Mr. Speaker.
Are you satisfied, MP Satar? MP Satar, we are in the plenary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Okay na po. Okay na. Yun ang pinag-agrihan namin. Salamat.
The Secretariat, please take note. With respect to Article 36, what is the pleasure of MP Alzad Satar? Do you still insist on your proposed amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You have 1 minute.
Yes, yun po. Ang sa akin is the employment status of teachers to include to any teaching position including Madaris teachers. Because we want to identify na talagang kasali ang ating mga Madaris teachers. Sa experience kasi natin previously, palagi pong nadidihado ang ating mga Madaris teachers. Kasi walang nakitang provisions noon na nagsasabi ng mga ganito. Kaya i-insist po para at least may identification na sila ay kasali sa ganitong status, meron sa permanent, provisional, meron silang temporary, substitute at saka contractual. Yan po, Mr. Speaker.
One minute suspension. With respect to Article 36 of the proposed amendments of MP Alzad, what is now the uh, pleasure of both the proponent of the proposed Bangsamoro Civil Service Code and the proponent of the amendment?
Mr. Speaker, we have a compromise. We have arrived at a compromise language.
Can you reflect on the
It's
screen, the
there, Mr.
compromise
Speaker.
language?
So instead of introducing the phrase including the Madar Sitchers in the introductory paragraph, we include a penultimate paragraph that reads, with respect to Madari Sasatid, their different status of employment will be determined by the Bangsamoro Education Code. It's different.
The proponent, what is your pleasure?
It's different with a T.
Agree po, agree, Mr.
Do
Speaker.
you accept the compromise
Yes, I
language?
accept wholeheartedly, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat, please take note. So we will no longer divide the House on the proposed amendment of MP Alsad Satar on Article
36.
6 and 36.
Okay, that's all. Thank you, sir.
So the Secretariat, please take note. We now proceed to the Deputy Minority Floor Leader MP Ampatuan proposed amendment to Article 10C, Article 50 number 2, Article 51. The Minority Floor Leader, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think the matter of paragraph C, Article 10, has already been voted on as a proposal of the minority floor leader. So it's now Article 50, I think.
Yeah, we will still tackle that. But we will proceed now to hear the proponent. Do they have the same language as the proposal of MP of the Minority Floor Leader?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So we will no longer vote on Article 10C. Tumatakbo ba yung oras niya?
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire, what are we waiting for, Mr. Speaker?
Where
Are we just look at the screen and do nothing or wait for
the
something?
3-minute period is running.
Why? Why we are waiting for 3 minutes period if there is no round? If there is no response, Mr. Speaker, I suggest that we move on.
Somebody should move.
Because of the time limit,
Somebody
Mr.
should
Speaker.
move for
Yes.
the division of the House.
Yes, yes. We are moving. Are we going to file a motion to go on?
Because this is the rule. This is the rule we have
Hello?
agreed upon later.
Yes.
Later.
Yan na siya.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, MP,
Hello.
Deputy Minority Floor Leader, you still have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Do you still insist on your proposed amendment?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker. All about the third level, Mr. Speaker, just for the record, I insist that we put it on votation, Mr. Speaker. Because that is really
Except Article 10, letter C.
Definitely.
Madam Deputy, the
Yes,
except
Mr. Speaker.
except Article 10, letter C, because we have already voted on this a while ago, and it has the same language as that of the proposed amendment of MP of the Minority Floor Leader.
Are we assuming that I get the same vote, Mr. Speaker?
We are assuming that it will have the same number of votes.
So that's on the basis of assumption, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, we will assume that we will
Speaker,
not
we have
assume that.
equal rights, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'll still want to pursue my
Okay. Now, those who are in favor of MP Bayintan Ampatuan's proposed amendment to Article 10, letter C, please raise your hands. In the Zoom, those who are in favor of MP Bayintan Ampatuan's proposed amendment to Article 10, letter C, please raise your hand or otherwise indicate your votes in the chat box of Zoom. Okay? Those who are not in favor, please raise your hand. In the Zoom chat box, in the Zoom, those who are not in favor, please raise your hands or type your votes in the Zoom chat box. Secretariat, do we now have a report on the voting to Article 10C? The Secretariat, you have, do you have now a report on the voting?
Mr. Speaker, the result of the votations on MP Baintan Ampatuan amendments on Article 10, letter C. We have for in favor votes, we have a total of 6 votes. For none, not in favor votes, we have a total votes of 34, and we have 2 abstained votes.
With 6 votes in favor, 34 votes not in favor, 2 abstention. MP Baintan Ampatuan's proposed amendment to Article 10, letter C is rejected. We proceed to Article 50, the proposed amendment of MP Ampatuan's proposed amendment to Article 50, number 2. Those who are in favor, please raise your hand. In the plenary, those who are in favor, please raise your hand or type your votes in the chat box. Yeah, in the Zoom. Those who are in the Zoom, please type your votes or raise your hand. Those who are not in favor, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, those who are not in favor, please raise your hand or type your votes in the Zoom chat box. The Secretariat, do we have a result of the voting?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, here's the result of the votations on the amendments of Honorable MP Baintan Ampatuan on Article 50, number 2. We have for in favor, we have 6 votes. For Not in favor, we have 33 votes with 3 abstained votes, Mr. Speaker.
With 6 voting in favor, 33 not in favor, and 3 abstention. Those who are in favor of MP Ampatuan's proposed amendment to Article 51, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, please raise your hand or type your votes in the Zoom chat box. Those who are not in favor, please raise your hand. What is that, MP Ampatuan, MP Maysara?
It would appear, Mr. Speaker, that the word accepted is there with proposed revision. So why are we voting, Mr. Speaker? What are we voting upon when it's accepted in Article 51?
We will repeat the vote later. Please, pakibaba muna yung kamay. Just a clarification. Baba muna. 1 minute suspension.
Yung latter part niyan ang hindi inaccept ni MP Ampatuan. Sa dulo niyan, if you go down,
Mr. Speaker, since it was clarified that it is only in so it was on the objection is only insofar as the word for second level position performing executive, then we proceed with the objection.
Yes, the voting. Yeah. Session resumes. So we do the voting. Those who are not in favor of MP Ampatuan's proposed amendment to Article 51, please raise your hand. Those in the Zoom, please raise your hand or type your votes in the Zoom chat box. Secretariat, do we have a result of the voting? Yeah, Secretariat, please report on the results of the vote.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, here's the result of the votations on the objections of MP Ampatuan on Article 51 on proposed revision. We have for in favor, we have 6 votes, total of 6 votes. For not in favor, we have a total of 30 votes, and we have 6 votes abstain.
With respect to MP Ampatuan's proposed amendment to Article 51, 6 voted in favor, 30 not in favor, 6 abstained. Therefore, the proposed amendment of MP Ampatuan to Article 51 is hereby rejected. We now proceed to MP Mujahid's proposed amendment to Article 172. MP Mujahid, do you insist on your proposed amendment?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the Article 172, and the establishment of.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is pertaining to establishment of public assistance complaint desk under Article 172. That or each ministries or offices, agencies shall establish a public assistant and complaint desk. And my amendment, Mr. Speaker, is to add the values reformation officers in all their offices or agencies. At the back of my mind, Mr. Speaker, since that we are a moral governance, in order for us to maintain and sustain this principle, Mr. Speaker, there is really a need to have this office or officer. It is also pursuant to RA or Republic Act 6730, Mr. Speaker, under Article 1 of Rule 3, that under the Code of Conduct and Ethical Standards for Public Officials and Employees, Section 1 provides that every department, office, and agency shall, as soon as practicable, and in no case later than 90 days from the effectivity of these rules, start conducting value development program for its officials and employees in order to strengthen their commitment to public service and help promote the primacy of public interest over personal interest in the performance of their duties. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I wish that our ulama will man this office, Mr. Speaker, in order for us to accommodate more ulama in the Bangsamoro homeland, not only for the religious agency, such as the Madaris or in delivering khutbah, but they are also involved in our governance, Mr. Speaker. So sana po yun ang purpose po natin bakit nag-propose po ako niyan upang magkaroon po ng bawat ministry or agency na may desk for the ulama. So dapat matutukan po natin ang moral governance, Mr. Speaker. And the second amendment, Mr. Speaker, is about the Article 306. But I'm now, Mr. Speaker, adhere to the amendment of my colleagues in as far as the hiring of our mujahideen and mujahidat. But in also, let it be on record, Mr. Speaker, I want our mujahideen and mujahidat to be hired or to be employed indefinitely, Mr. Speaker, not only in a specific period of time, Mr. Speaker, as there are
Please
our
wind up.
core, there are sacrifices a lot. And also, Mr. Speaker, sana naman mabigyan natin po sila ng opportunity habang nabubuhay po.
Are you saying
buhay
you
pa rin
are
po sila.
objecting to the already agreed version?
But anyway, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I withdraw my provision. I hear to some amendment, particularly amendment of MP Paisalin Tago, Mr. Speaker.
So you insist on your proposed amendment on Article 172?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Only that one.
Those who are in favor of MP Mujahid proposed amendment to Article 172, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, please raise your hand. Those who are in favor of MP Mujahid's proposed amendment to Article 172. Those who are not in favor, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, those who are in favor of MP those who are not in favor of MP Mujahid proposed amendment to Article 172, please raise your hands or type your votes in the Zoom. Secretariat, do we have a results on the voting?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the result of the votations on Mujahid amendments, particular Article 172, we have in favor votes, we have 6 votes. For not in favor, we have 29 votes and we have 7 abstain.
With 6 votes in favor and 29 votes not in favor, 7 abstention, the proposed Mujahid amendment to Article 172 is hereby rejected. We now proceed to the last proposed amendment of MP Mitmug, the minority floor leader. The deputy minority floor leader, rather. Are you still around in the Zoom?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Do you insist on your proposed amendment, on your objection to the deletion of Article 113?
Can we flash the screen, Mr. Speaker?
Can you flash Article 113? The
Third level eligibility. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I still propose that position, Mr. Speaker.
the current the current formulation is the total deletion of Article 113. Do you insist on retaining it?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I still insist for that provision, Mr.
We
Speaker.
will now divide the House. Those who are in favor of the
Shall not apply. Dapat shall apply. Mr. Speaker,
yes. MP Mitmog, you have the floor.
the amendments that I have, it shall apply, not shall apply. That's correct, Mr. Speaker. No. Shall apply, Mr. Speaker.
Shall apply.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Shall apply.
Remove the word not.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Remove the word not.
So the current formulation is the total deletion of this provision. So those who are in favor of the deputy minority floor leader's proposed amendment to Article 113, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, those who are not in favor, those who are in favor, please raise your hand. With those who are not in favor of the proposed amendment, please raise your hand. In the Zoom, those who are not in favor, please raise your hand or type your votes in the Zoom chat box. The Secretary General, please render a report on the results of the voting.
Mr. Speaker, on the result of the voting on amendments of Honorable MP Mitmug on Article 113, we have 4 in favor, we have 11 votes. For not in favor, we have 27 votes and we have 4 abstain.
with four with 11 votes voting in favor of the amendment, 27 not in favor, and 4 abstentions. The vote the proposed amendment of MP Rasul Mitmog to Article 113 is hereby rejected. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment.
The period of amendment.
Second.
1 minute suspension. Huh?
Mr. Speaker, I am compelled to speak out on the proposed amendment on Article 10 that there are this different categories of positions, no? Third level, I think it's third level in the Bangsamoro. So a while ago, I yielded to the proposition of the majority floor leader, deputy majority floor leader, that there will be a equivalent office that will be established in the Bangsamoro, hopefully, that will take care of our second level positions holding managerial and executive office. So I would yield to this
Duly noted.
honorable body.
Duly noted. Thank you. Majority Floor Leader, can you repeat your motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendment. And it's already
There is
been
a move
seconded.
to close the period of amendment. It's been seconded. There being no objection, the period of amendment is hereby terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve this bill on second reading by viva voce, Mr. Speaker.
There is a move to approve the proposed Bangsamoro Civil Service Code on second reading through viva voce votes. Tonight?
Tonight.
It's been seconded. There being no objection, we will proceed to voting after 1 minute suspension. Session resumes. We will now proceed with the approval of the Bangsamoro Civil Service Code on second reading by viva voce voting. Those who
Mr.
are
Speaker,
in
Mr.
favor,
Mr. Speaker.
there is those who please do not disturb the voting. Those who are in favor of the proposed Bangsamoro Civil Service Code BTA Bill number 59, say aye.
Aye.
Those who are not in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
The ayes have it. The BTA Bill number BTA Cabinet Bill number 59 is hereby approved on second reading. We will proceed to third and final reading tomorrow. The majority floor leader is directed to produce the certificate of urgency issued by the speaker, the chief minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
The secretariat is also directed to produce the final copies of this proposed bill.
Yes, yes. Mr. Speaker, I move to adjourn this session until tomorrow. Until tomorrow,
Adjourn or
1:30.
suspend because there is a
Adjourn,
pending
adjourn.
adjourn.
Suspend.
Until
Session is adjourned.
adjourn. Thank you.